All right, welcome everyone to a Whites Will Win Wednesday. I hope all of you are well. God bless you all. We're going to play some white excellence examples here for a few, and we'll get started. God bless.
Passenger seat, wouldn't that be sweet? I gave you one chance and then another, so I'm burning that bridge instead of burning that rubber, going nowhere fast. Been there, done that. Been down that road, had fun for a minute till love got muddy and I got stuck in it. Took more than a chain to pull my heart out of that. Been down that road and I ain't going back. You had me going, boy, full throttle. Took 3 of my girls and some broken heart bottles just to fix what you broke. Baby, let it sink in on your lonely ride home. Been down that road, had fun for a minute till love got muddy and I got stuck in it. Took more than a chain to pull my heart out of that. Been down that road and I ain't going back. is sure, that no power of hell can ever shake your everlasting, amazing grace. I believe the gospel in Jesus Christ. He died on the cross and He saved my life. He rose again and now I am free. I believe the gospel is alive in me. It is finished. It is done. All the power of the grave is overcome. It is finished. It is done. Now nothing separates me from your love. Before your throne, one day I'll stand and join the chorus that never ends. I believe the gospel in Jesus Christ. He is returning for a spotless bride. Every knee will bow and each tongue proclaim. I believe the gospel in Jesus' name. I believe the gospel in Jesus' name. Distance between us can't seem to find my way home. Stumbling and trying to see past my mind, though I'm alone. I tell you you're selfish, but you can't quite see through the smoke. So I'll sit and stare at the wall, blinded by your show. I see it black and blue too. I don't want to choose you no more. Apathetic, confused, and I'm probably the problem you swore. And you're not here to see it. And I don't know why I'm crying. Tongue-tied in turmoil, I can't find the right words to say. And I crunch the numbers, it just didn't work in my brain. And I think I'm done here. It's time that you got your way.
what you want to. I'm tired of being afraid. Oh, see black and blue till I don't wanna choose you no more. Apathetic, confused, I'm probably the problem you swore. You're not here to see it. I don't know why I'm crying. You tried to be close to me in a way that I could. Your second string, anything I never could be. You tried to be close to me in a way that I could. Your second string, anything I never could be. See black and blue too. I don't want to choose you no more. Apathetic, confused, and I'm probably the problem you swore. And you're not here to see it. I don't know why I'm trying. So I heard you found somebody else, and at first I thought it was a lie. I took all my things that make a sound. The rest I can do without.
welcome everyone to Whitey Will Win Wednesday. I hope all of you are well. God bless you all who are a part of my kindred people of God. I didn't actually know I was going to be able to be home in the middle of the week in the evening to be able to do a stream, but since I ended up being here, I thought, why not? I'll go ahead and just pull everything out, hook everything up, and throw a few things of encouragement out to our people. You know, we take a lot of hits. Our people have been taking a lot of hits lately, and it's easy to get stuck in a sad state, a depressed state about all the things happening to our people, to our countries. And, white pills are few and far between now. We have allowed so much to carry on against us that we are now in a situation where things look really grim and they look like they're only going to get worse and worse. And they probably will. But in the end, we will win. We win because God is on our side, and our whole problem is we just have to start obeying him the way he wants us to obey him, not the way we want to obey him, but the way he expects us to obey him. And so before we kick off tonight, I just wanted to start with one quick word of wisdom here from Ephesians 2, verse 10. For we are God's masterpiece. Did you hear that? For we are God's masterpiece. He has created us anew in Christ Jesus, so we can do the good things he planned for us long ago. That's Ephesians 2, verse 10. And we say all the time, and have said many times through our life, that God knows the end from the beginning. This verse right here affirms that. God had good things planned for us long ago, in the beginning. He knows what things you will overcome in your life already before they've played out. You are given free will. You have free agency. You can decide to do whatever you want. But God already knows what you're going to decide. He doesn't control it. He just already knows what you're going to do. And so these folks who get wrapped up in destiny, like, well, I'm going to do whatever because it's already, set in stone that way. I'm just playing it out. No, you have free agency. You have free will. It's not the same as God already programmed out everything. Therefore, he knows what everyone's going to do. No. God's genius is that he knows what you're going to do even before you decide on your own free will to do it. And so I thought this verse would be most appropriate for our time that we're in. And by the way, folks, we live in an amazing time. What a time to be alive. I'm sure many of you folks have read that in the comment section. Someone else putting that as a comment on some video you've been on before. What a time to be alive. This is a great time to be alive. While all the millions, billions, I would say, of our ancestors lived without all of the creature comforts, we live in luxury. When it's hot out, we can go inside where it's cool. When it's cold out, we can go inside where it's warm. And not the way they had to do it, where they had to spend a whole portion of their day preparing their domicile to be the opposite of the temperature outside. No. Instead, it's the touch of a finger. You who are listening to this right now, or who will ever listen to this in the future, we're born into a time where we have worldwide connectivity to all the world's known knowledge at the touch of a finger. Now you don't even have to use your finger. You can just speak your questions and basically be given the answer to almost anything in the world. Our ancestors would be so amused and so tickled and so impressed with our people that we have such an amazing, wondrous technology. And you can bet your butt that if our ancestors were brought from the ancient past, from the distant past, from the close past, to this future that we live in now, they would do 20 times more than we do online to push our Lord and Savior's gospel, to try to uncuck our people. They would do 20 times more than we do. And while this is a stream to encourage everyone tonight, to give everyone a little bit of hope, if you will, we also have to keep in mind that we are not putting forth the effort we need to put forth. Okay, we have so much luxury, so much creature comfort, so much accessibility, so much reach, capability of worldwide communication. And yet we only do however much we do. Our ancestors would use the internet so aggressively, so hard. They would be using it so much. Can you only imagine what our ancestors of the past would be able to accomplish if we just brought them into the future and placed the internet in front of them and explained it to them? They would blow us away at the things they would innovate, come up with for the first time, invent, whatever. They would blow us away with the reach, the number of people they managed to spread the gospel to, the number of people they managed to uncuck of our people, the amount of companies they would figure out how to drown with junk data and spam and troll into oblivion, so that these major companies that operate mostly off of their websites now would take huge hits, if not catastrophic hits. They would take their money and move it elsewhere or ghost it. They would have already abolished all government computer controls. Everything the government uses. The government will be so paranoid about having all of their computer stuff hacked. They would be dealing with millions of times worse hacking and, their stuff being all rearranged and moved around and trolled just by the youngsters that could come here from the past that would be interested in fiddling with them. I mean, our ancestors would use the internet way more aggressively than we're using it. And since we're not at a point yet where our people are finally willing to all band together as a people, as a race, we have to keep using the internet as our primary tool. It easily outpaces anything we can do in person. It easily far exceeds the reach that we can reach in person. And we have this tool. Not only does it have all of this power and all of this ability for you laid in your lap, but it's totally free. You don't have to be a rich person in order to use the internet as aggressively as our ancestors would if they were brought here and given it now. We live in the future. The future is now. We live in it. We fly in machines that are larger than houses, with hundreds of souls aboard, at hundreds of miles an hour, 30,000 feet in the sky, and higher. We've been to the bottom of the deepest part of our oceans. We have mapped every known cave network. We have navigated and mapped every known desert. We have aerial photographs from tens of thousands of feet high, bird's eye view. Our ancestors would be so tickled if they were brought here now and they got to observe all we have at our disposal. And then if they were to ask us, what have you been using all of this for? Have you been trying to use all of this to spread the gospel? Have you been trying to use all of this to uncuck our people? I see that y'all are in a terrible state here, that the country is in shambles, that all our monuments we built are gone and destroyed. Everywhere I go, when I see a school get out, it's nothing but a sea of non-white invaders with black hair and brown eyes. And one little redhead girl or blonde girl or brunette girl, white girl, walking in the center of all of them. She's completely surrounded on all sides by 100 of them, 20 of them. What have you all been doing with all of these tools available to fight back? Imagine our answers to them. Imagine what we would have to say. Yeah, I comment a few times a week. I make a comment here and there. That'd sound pretty disappointing, wouldn't it? So let's just push ourselves more and more. Okay, right now the door is open on YouTube. Every other video has the word Israel in the title. Every other video has Jews in the title now. Millions and millions of videos have blacks in the title, or, one of the nicknames we use for them. Fatiguers, whatever. So while the internet is basically back wide open, where everyone who makes videos can post videos with the word Jews or the word blacks or the word, Israel or the word Zog or the word Zionist, you got hundreds of thousands of videos now posted with the word Zionist in the title. So, because we are now in this wide openness, and it may not last very long, let's get going with it. Let's push as much out as we can. And I realize I'm not a daily YouTuber, so I look like I'm preaching without practicing what I'm preaching. But I don't have time to be a daily YouTuber. Some people have a lot more time on their hands than I do, free time wise. And so for those folks who do have the free time, that are online a large portion of your day or whatever, even if it's just 3 hours a day, but you get to spend a whole 3 hours every day on the internet, make sure you're commenting. Make sure you're hunting for people. Make sure you're fishing for men and women. Make sure you are looking for the people in the comments who are either totally cucked, and then you post a comment to snap them out of their cuckery with a proper factual answer that debunks their ridiculous thing they believe and commented, or you find the ones that are almost there. They almost got it figured out. I'll give you a good example. When you see people who comment about Freemasonry, right? Who always blame Freemasonry for everything. Freemasonry is to blame, but it is not the top of the pyramid. Those are the Shabbos Goy. And so a baby truther doesn't understand that yet. They do not understand the full hierarchy. They don't understand that it's Satan, then Jews, then Freemasonry. So, and the, Club of Rome and all the other stuff. But because they don't understand that hierarchy, they will post blaming, whatever's being discussed in the video on Freemasonry. So what I like to do is anytime I see some person commenting that about Freemasonry, whatever, blaming Freemasonry, even though it's accurate, I like to encourage them to learn further. And I post the quote. I reply to them with the quote. I keep it in my clipboard on my phone. That way I can just paste it right away. And it's a quote from Isaac Meyer Wise. And I can't repeat the quote verbatim, but to paraphrase, it says, Freemasonry is a Jewish establishment whose passwords, explanations, symbols, and whatever else, some other example it said, are Jewish from beginning to end. Things like that. Simple, quick, easy, effective. And when you have certain things figured out that you want to, like basically what I do is I have things in my clipboard that are answers to counter common comments that you see in the comment sections. All right. I know that you folks see the same kind of like where people start memeing it as a comment. You know what I mean? It never becomes an actual visual meme, but there are so many comments in the comment section that are actual memes also, right? And any of these memes that are incorrect, but everyone keeps repeating them, like Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, or it's not all of them, but it's always them, Those are incorrect memes. While they might be correct, there's a more correct statement that actually dissolves that meme a little bit and shows it for how weak it really is. So when you see a comment in a comment section and someone puts, it's not all of them, but it's always them. Just reply, it's all of them. When you see a conservative post, a typical meme thing that could be corrected with a higher truth, you know what I mean? Post a correction. And what I mean is the common ones, right? The ones you see constantly, the ones that are always being repeated, right? Like, for example, the Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself one. I had a short explanation where it said because he's in Tel Aviv, banging kids with rabbis, laughing at all you conservatives who don't realize that Jews are never Hillaried, nor are they ever imprisoned, nor do they ever, quote, kill themselves. And I had that in my clipboard. I still have it, actually, in my clipboard, and I can post that anytime to anyone back then. It may have worked its way out of my clipboard nowadays because the meme has kind of died down now. But I had it in my clipboard for a really long time because people kept commenting that constantly. And so it was nice and easy to have right away, ready to go. Ba-bump. And then I also have things about the Jews not being the Israelites, right? So in my clipboard, I keep the quote from the first line of the Jewish Almanac, 1980 edition, page 3, chapter 1, line 1. The title of the first chapter is Identity Crisis. And I keep the first statement, the very first sentence. I keep that on my clipboard ready to go. And that one says, quote, strictly speaking, it is incorrect to refer to an ancient Israelite or Hebrew as a Jew, or to call a contemporary, that means modern, Jew, a Hebrew or an Israelite, end quote. So right there, the very first sentence of their own almanac written for Jews by Jews. They admit, first sentence, that they are not Israelites. They are not Hebrews and they are not Israelites. And they said it both directions so that any Jew who reads that could never misconstrue it. It starts with the words strictly speaking. That means factually factual. Factually speaking, it is incorrect to refer to an ancient Israelite or Hebrew as a Jew. And if you were to get it all twisted in your head somehow and think that you misunderstood what they were saying, they double down in the last half of the sentence by saying it reverse, or to call a Jew a Hebrew or an Israelite. That's it. That right there is the only sentence. They didn't even have to write the rest of that almanac. All they needed to write was that one statement, the first line of the whole thing. But instead, in typical Jewish fashion, they admit the statement up front. They don't always do that, but in this case, they admitted the truth up front, and now they will spend the entire rest of their almanac, 180,000 more words, explaining away why that first statement doesn't really matter. Why that first factual admission doesn't really matter. Or how it's somehow incorrect. I keep that on my clipboard, ready to go. For anyone who says Jesus was a Jew, my statement starts with Jews are not Israelites. Jesus was an Israelite. And then I have that statement right after that, or the quote from the Jewish Almanac right after that. I also have other ones that I keep in my clipboard about the Jews. I have the one from the wiki page about Edom. I have the last sentence of the third paragraph from the wiki page for Edom, where it says Edomites were incorporated into the Jewish nation. What that really means, and what they really are trying to beat around the bush saying, is that the Edomites are the Jewish nation. I also have in my clipboard the quote from the wiki page about, quote, Arabs and Jews. That's the name of the title, or that's the title of the Wikipedia page. It's Arabs and Jews, right? And I forget which paragraph, where it is exactly in that page, but on that page, there is a quote that says, most Arabs and Jews have more than half of their DNA from the Canaanites. I also have on my clipboard one from their encyclopedia. And the Encyclopedia Judea, or Judaica, I guess they call it, has a quote in it where it says Esau is modern Jewry, or Esau is in modern Jewry. But again, that's them beating around the bush and admitting that Esau is Jewry. Jewry is Esau. And we know this from multiple verses in our Holy Bible. For one, we know it from the entire book of Jude. The entire book of Jude is only 1 page long. And in that book, God specifically warns us through Jude to be aware of certain men crept in unaware. That means they subtly work their way in, just like a sniveling jay does. They creep in unaware to you. They creep in. And it says further in Jude that they are ordained to this condemnation. They are going to be condemned, says God in the book of Obadiah. They are going to be condemned for all the hatred and all of the war they've waged against us, white people, Israel. But they are ordained to this condemnation. It says in the book of Jude, they are ordained to it. God has assigned them to be the villains of this 6,000-year trial. God knew from the beginning they were going to be our villains, and he deemed it to be that way. He knew the non-whites aren't capable of overcoming us forever and ever on their own. The non-whites aren't capable of creeping into our countries unaware, creep into our governments unaware. They're non-whites. You could take one look at them and know they don't belong in our country. And that's how it used to be. If a non-white suddenly appeared in a white country, they would be captured right away or terminated right away. And either one would be acceptable. It's not like your king would get upset. Why did you kill this weird third worlder that wandered into our freaking kingdom? No. Instead, it would be, good job. You know, here's you a medal. Thank you for keeping our kingdom safe. You're a good Samaritan of the kingdom. But Jews can look like white people. Doesn't mean that you or I can't tell they're Jewish, but other folks, our gullible white people, our naive white people who think that we still live in an all-white world, who still have the mentality as though we live in an all-white, high-trust society still. They are easily duped into believing that certain Jews are white people. And a lot of white people, even Jared Taylor, which I don't know how that's humanly possible, are convinced, I guess I should say, that Jews are white people, generally speaking. That even if a white person knew that a certain other upright biped was Jewish, they would go, okay, they're Jewish, but they're still a white person. So millions and millions and millions of our white people are still cucked into believing that not only are Jews Israelites, so they've been duped to believe, but simultaneously, they also believe that Jews are white. Then you come along with the Christian identity message. Hey, you know the reason that Jews impostor as Israelites and also impostor as white people is because white people are Israel. put two and two together. If blacks were Israel, Jews would be wearing blackface every single day, trying to convince the blacks that they're blacks so that they could eventually creep in unaware and subvert their government, subvert their country, subvert their people, their whatever, their kind. But instead, Jews look almost like white people, so much so that they pass as white people. And they only ever bother to try to imposter as us or as Israelites. And the other crazy thing is, when you try to explain this to folks, and I understand your frustration with it, when you try to explain it to our cucked people who are Christians, when you try to explain to them that, hey, you realize you're calling Jews Israelites, or you think of them as Israelites, but you also think of them as white people, doesn't that mean that white people are Israelites also? How could Jews be Israelites and white people, but no other white people are Israelites also? Of, say, some other tribe? They've never put that they've never applied that logical scenario. You know, it is logical to comprehend that if Jews are Israelites and Jews are white people, that would mean that other white people are also Israelites. Now, if you confront Jews about things like that, if you were to try to speak with a Jew about it, they would say, oh, there are black Israelites, and there are Spanish Israelites, and there are Indian feathers that were Israelites, there are Indians, there are Asians that are Israelites. They'll make up all kinds of crap just to dilute what you're saying, what your point that you're bringing up. To where now it defeats what you're pointing out, that, oh, well, if Jews are white and they're Israelites, that means white people are Israelites too. Because we have to be connected one and the same. To quickly Jew their way out of that, they would say that, oh, all kinds of races are Israelites, you know? And that would, in their mind, dump on your point. But none of that's true. It's a racial group. Okay, you ain't going to have all the races as Israel. Then nobody else on earth would be anything but Israel. So, to digress all the way back to my point about being in the comments, do your part best you can. You know, really, when you have time, you know, and it's too cold outside in the winter, it's pouring down rain or lightning out. Maybe not if it's a severe storm. Maybe you should be hunkered down or whatever, saving your electricity on your phone. But any other time, whenever it's not feasible for you to be outside doing things, whatever, you're stuck inside. And this happens on a daily basis. Sometimes it's just that it's too dang hot out and you can't get yourself all sweaty because you still have 4 more hours to go or whatever, doing something else indoors all day. But just whenever you can, help us out in the comments. Avoid clicking on anything that shows blacks in it. All right, don't give them a real view. Don't give them a real click. They're already being given hundreds of thousands of fake clicks for free to dupe the other white people who are still cucked about blacks into clicking on their videos also. They don't want to be behind the Joneses. They want to figure out what everybody else knows. They want to click on and see everything that everyone else has clicked on and already seen. And so they give them hundreds of thousands of free fake clicks in order to dupe white people into clicking along with it. And then over time, they turn their several 100,000 fake clicks into, say, 1 million clicks total or more. And even though 300,000 or so of it was fake to get it started, the rest is all real. And this is how the Kalergi plan works, where they detail that they will, quote, artificially, end quote, elevate the Negro in every facet of white society. So we need you to avoid clicking on any blacks videos. We need you to avoid clicking on any body cam videos where in the title it's clearly a white person that's causing a crime. We need to send a message by the way we view and give likes to the body cam channels. Make sure when you watch body cam channels that are showing blacks, you always give them their like for highlighting a black criminal on video. Remember, they got rid of the show Cops because it was just showing blacks all day causing crimes everywhere. They did the same thing with Bait Car. They had to get rid of it. You know, when a bait car was left in a white part of town or around a white person, or a white person even in the hood happened to walk by and see the car open, running, keys in it, what would they do? They'd get in. They would chase the person down. Sir, you left your car running and your door open and your key open in the car. And if they couldn't catch the person because it was a prank, so the person would run away hard enough that the white guy wouldn't catch him, the white guy would go back to the car, shut it off, hide the key, close the door. But 100% of the time that a black walked by the same car, same scenario, they took it. Every single time. So, with these cop body cam video channels that are posting all these video cam things, I know a lot of white people like to watch the black criminals and the non-white criminals, and generally speaking, to see what all terrible crap they do and to keep log of it and everything else. So click on those, but whenever you see it's some dumb idiot white girl, or whenever you see it's, you know, some white guy that's a bad example of our kind, don't give them a click. Don't click on it. Don't view it. All right, this is your way of being able to send a message. Those channels monitor their analytics. They will notice that over time they will figure out, wow, every time we post a video showing a white person causing crime and causing a problem and giving the cops trouble, almost no one clicks on it. But man, every time we post a video with a black criminal in it, we get 250,000 views and shit tons of likes. Guess what they're going to keep doing? Focusing on posting blacks who commit crime. Keep in mind, they have trillions and trillions of hours of footage to be able to use of blacks because blacks commit so much crime. So there is no need to ever show the random one white person for every 10,000 blacks that have been arrested. Instead, we can just focus on the 10,000 blacks that have been arrested, you know what I mean, at a time. And not even bother with watching any white people who've caused a crime. Because remember, blacks do this in real life. A black sees another black committing a crime in real life, they look the other way. And really, they do worse than that. They watch and cheer them on and laugh and egg them on. And film it and go world star and the whole thing. But that's even worse than, but this is basically the same function as looking the other way. So we white people need to do the same. They do it because of their race. We need to do it because of our race. When you see white people screwing up on a cop cam video, don't click it. Don't watch sports. Okay, sports is Afro ball. Don't listen to their noises that we call music. Don't watch them in movies. You have to speak with your wallet. So all these companies that advertise with blacks with a white girl, black with a white girl, don't give them your money. That's why I've posted so many pictures of the Calgary plan in advertisements. And I know it's a big list. I know it's like 90% of the places, probably more than 90% of the household name places. But certain ones are worse at it than others. Some post advertisement after advertisement, years in a row, different one after a different one, showing blacks with a white girl, a black with a white girl. And so those companies who are notorious for it, you can have a priority level of how hard you boycott places. So ones that are notorious for it and are always pumping out new commercials with a black guy and a white girl, you purposely go out of your way to avoid those. And then the ones that have only ever posted one, perhaps, use them as little as possible. And I've been trying to build some white pills, because on the community post, you can post 5 pictures at a time. So I've been slowly trying to save up, if you will, some white pill advertisements so that I could post a measly 5 one time on one community post. Because there have been several companies lately who have shown a proper white family throughout the entirety of their ad. And in the still picture ads for the same company, they would show a different white family, but it would be a white family or a proper white couple. And so I'm hoping to eventually have, I think I have 4 total right now. I'm hoping to find another one eventually and have 5 total to post on a community post of white pill advertising. And in that, you'll be able to see the companies who have advertised that way. If you need something from one of those types of companies, buy it from one of those specific companies, and that way they'll go, wow, showing all white people in our ad is way better. That Jewish marketing chick from the company we hired to do the commercials, she was pushing for us to have a nog with a white girl in every commercial, but here we are. We went against her wishes and insisted on an all-white family. And look how good our sales are. We will win in the end, folks. We win in the end. But we have to make it to the end. And in doing that, we have to have courage. We have to have forethought. We have to have resolve. We have to be comfortable in war. Some people never manage to become comfortable with war. Some people never manage to become comfortable with being under attack. I would say maybe it's even a bulk of white people, the greater portion of white people, especially in this day and age because of all the cuckery that our white people are enthralled in now. and consumed with. But we have no excuse not to be comfortable while being under attack, while being at war. The only reason you could really say as a proper excuse would be the fact that our people aren't helping us fight back, and therefore we're frustrated as heck because only one side's fighting. And our own team will even fight us with them if we try to win them over. And so I do realize that it's very easy, and we have that excuse to become uncomfortable with being at war. But I say to you all instead, let us become more like our ancestors who would throw themselves in danger's way to glorify God, to glorify the gospel, to glorify our people. Remember, our ancestors were racial. They were tribal. And they fought for their people. They fought for their race. They fought for their tribe. We have no excuse. We have no excuse not to give everything we can to this movement. We have a lot of reasons we could use, but they are not excuses. They are not proper excuses. We don't have one. God has given us everything. We live in the future. We have everything at our disposal. Magnitudes more ability than our ancestors ever dreamed of. They would throw their body in harm's way for the glory of God, for the glory and saving of our people. So am I asking you to fully commit the same thing, throw yourself in death's way? Not exactly. I'm just giving you the full factual situation of the past, the full and true heroism and courage of our ancestors. And we have that in us. We have their blood flowing through our veins. We are their stock. And we have the most magnificent, most effective weapons mankind will ever be able to dream of. And I do realize that, like I said way earlier, things look grim. Things look like we're just losing more and more every day, losing more white women every day, losing, with our government, with the administration, not doing the things the way we want them to do them, flat out not doing things we want them to do, and flat out doing things we've demanded they don't do. We have 50% of our people are cucked out of their minds and hate the rest of us just as much as the non-whites and Jews do. And this is the pressure that Jesus Christ told us we would be under, that we would be hated for his sake. Doesn't that prove to you who we are? You know, all these Christians who are cucked that go to churches and all this stuff, all of those of our people who are still cucked, they walk around not realizing that non-whites hate their guts. They go to their church every Sunday because it's always Sunday instead of Sabbath. Thanks, Jews. They go to their church every Sunday and they hoot and holler for Jesus. They sing his name. And I'm sure he appreciates that. I'm sure he still takes pleasure in, I'm sure God and Christ still take pleasure in the youth, our women who don't truly understand. You know, remember, when you're ignorant, God winks at it. But once you've been given truth, once you know, once a pro-white person has come along and explained to you our identity, if you refuse from that point on and continue in your incorrect ways, then condemnation is a threat that could come your way. And we don't want to be spreading the gospel to put all of our people under threat of condemnation. This is the good news. Remember, the gospel is good news. That's even what it means. So we're not spreading the gospel, and don't be afraid to spread the gospel because you're afraid of condemning our people when they reject the truth. Don't worry about it that way. Instead, give them the gospel. Give it to them as good news. They're not going to accept it as good news. They're going to be offended by it. They're going to say, oh, what is this neo-Nazi, whatever words they're going to use, propaganda. What is this crazy da-da-da? And then you can go through the explanations with them. That they already think Jews are Israelites, and they already also think that Jews are white people. And if that's the case, that means white people are Israelites. And at some point, hopefully you can get them to comprehend. Don't you see? You are an Israelite. If Jews are white and Jews are Israelites, then white people are Israelites. You are an Israelite. And there are other approaches you can take. You can just take the whole approach of Jews are not Israelites. That's the one I take regularly. But, you know, if you end up in a conversation with someone who's saying things like Jesus is a Jew, the Jews wrote the Torah, which isn't true, any of those kind of things that would attribute Jews to being Israelites, that's when you can swoop in with the whole thing of, well, you believe they're white, right? And most cucked people who are white will say, yeah, they're white. They're white people. Okay, well, then that means white people are Israelites too. But what's crazy is, and I understand this, I realize that they reject that knowledge. And most of the time they reject it very hastily. And that's what Christ meant when he said, if someone strikes your cheek, offer them the other. That's what Christ means. He doesn't mean when non-whites are flooded into your country by the billions, by the Jews, and they attack you on the sidewalk, or they break in your house and attack your family, or they attack you in a train car, or they chimp out at the grocery store on you, or they follow you through the parking lot to your car while they got a giant dagger in their hand. It's your job to be aware of who's who. It's your job to understand what to do, who to avoid. God color-coded the non-whites so we would know what is dangerous to us and what isn't, and be able to immediately recognize it, just like you can immediately recognize a coral snake. Just like you can immediately identify positive and negative cables on the battery of your car. They're color-coded. God color-coded the non-whites. So while they're busy doing all of these things, white people can't explain their behavior. But when you come in with the who's who of our Holy Bible and explain to them that they are beasts and locusts, and that's why their behavior is what it is, sorry, I'm checking something here real quick. While they're busy doing more and more terrible things every day, just know that there is a point where Christ and God will have enough. And the more and more of our people we uncuck about Sabbath and about who's who in our Holy Bible, and the more and more blacks commit all this crazy, and non-whites in general, commit all these crazy things against white people. And I realize even though right now they do all this stuff to us and white people still don't comprehend who's who of the Holy Bible, over time, with more and more of this happening, it's going to happen more and more, y'all. I'm sorry to say. There are going to be many more Logan Tiltons, if that was his name, and there will be many more Irenas. And my prayer is that your loved ones and yourselves are never one of those. But there will be many more. So as they keep doing this more and more and more and more, and our white people keep putting their head in the sand and saying, no, we don't buy it. We're offended by it. You give them this good news that we are Israel, and they utterly reject it. So when Christ is saying, offer them the other cheek, this means give them a second chance. This means don't be harsh back to them. Like, well, screw you, buddy. You could have had eternal life. I'm trying to explain to you how to be saved, but since you aren't interested, well, you can go to hell then, I guess. Oh, you want to get snappy with me back? You want to get snappy with me about trying to warn you who's who in our Holy Bible? You want to get ugly with me about the good news? While all the non-whites are here proving that they are the beasts, exactly like I've explained, exactly like our Bible says. You claim you believe the Bible, yet you reject what it says when it calls the non-whites beasts and locusts, even though their behavior perfectly matches exactly what our Holy Bible says. Right now, that is the case. They will just say, yes, I reject all of that neo-Nazi garbage you're saying. But over time, as more and more of these terrible things are committed by the blacks, by the Jeets, by the Arabs, as Jews expose themselves more and more and more over in Gaza, and with their demanding open borders and unlimited immigration in only white countries for some reason, and Japan now. Further proving that the Asians are Adamites, by the way. They are the descendants of Cain, like I've mentioned before in other streams. And wouldn't you know, that's the only other race that the Jews are demanding except millions of blacks and Jeets and Arabs. And they're already having crazy problems with the first boatloads and plane loads that have been dumped off there. They already have, Japanese are already rioting. They've already had a riot in Japan over the flood of invaders. Think about the Japanese. They're the most humble, quiet, but they're like white people. They're humble and quiet until they suddenly aren't anymore. And look how uncucked Japanese people are about non-whites. They immediately flipped out about any invaders being dumped in Japan. And they don't even like one single black walking through their freaking town. And they know, obviously, too, that the black will be causing trouble, acting like an idiot while he films himself to get views, basically taking the piss out of the Japanese and out of Japan while he's there. And just from the first shipment of invaders, they went rooftop Korean on these invaders and on the government about it. That's how we white people need to be. Immediately tribal and at all times tribal. Remember, non-whites, if you want to go by the word racist, right, which is just their word they made up to shame only white people. That's why they declare that the word racist only applies to white people. But if we were to apply it across the board to anyone, all non-whites are 100% racist at all times, regardless of which white country they have invaded and are mooching off of. And I actually keep that statement on my clipboard as well. For any time that people are talking shit about white people or something along those lines, where that statement applies. Whenever they call white people racist, that's when I apply that. I'll just paste that statement. Build things like that in your clipboard so you can quickly, easily hit these different common themes that you see in the comment section. It will make you much quicker at being effective. You won't have to spend half an hour figuring out what you want to say, how you want to type it, or maybe you do know what you want to type, but you can't memorize the quote good enough to type it out, and you have to correct it a little bit before you finally send it. All that time, you could have just went clipboard, hit it, go. 2 seconds, you're done. So build some of these answers. Build some replies for the common incorrect statements and cuckery statements and whatever that you commonly see on YouTube that you could be correcting, that you could be steering someone in a more correct direction, or you could be pulling someone from the deep end back the other direction. Whether it's a fully cucked idiot, anti-white, self-loather, whatever, leftist, or which those, good luck with those. You're really not ever going to win them over. But if you feel like playing that pointless game or futile game, by all means, go ahead. But have your arsenal preloaded on a clipboard, ready to go. Boom, blam, copy, or just select, paste. Easy, quick, effective, efficient for you as well. And, while all this is happening, like I was saying earlier, while the blacks are slaughtering our people, while the Jeets are ripping us off by the millions, while the Arabs are freaking attacking women too, we have to realize that this proves that we are Israel. And it proves who they are. It proves they are the beasts. Remember, our Holy Bible says the beast will defile our women and devour our children. There are no four-legged creatures that you would typically think of as beasts who can storm into any white civilization and rape our women and eat our children or ruin them, as the word devour means in that context. There just is nowhere like that. Or I should say there just is no creature like that. There are no creatures that can do that have four legs that you would typically think of as beasts. So, this shouldn't be difficult to convince or explain and get, I should say, white people to comprehend. All right, white people have 3-digit IQs. White people are logical. White people have a greater understanding of the world, of history, than the non-whites do. So, with all of the technology you have at your disposal, and with the understanding that white people are high IQ, that they can comprehend complicated scenarios, they can comprehend hypotheticals, they can comprehend per capita, can comprehend statistics, they can comprehend odds, and surely they can comprehend plain words written in our Holy Bible, saying that beasts have hands, saying that beasts can defile our women, saying beasts can devour our children en masse. You really think our Holy Bible, and you could ask them this, do you really expect or think that our Holy Bible is warning us about a massive flock of lions, or a massive pride of lions, or a massive, flock of zebras? I don't know what they're actually called for zebras, but a massive pack of zebras. Do you really think our Holy Bible is warning you about that kind of beast? Do you really think that it's a huge herd of oxen who are what the Bible is warning you about, that are going to be able to storm into a white civilization and rape our women and eat our children? And when you confront white people, in a friendly manner though, with this understanding, with this logic, a 3-digit IQ, proper functioning white person should be able to deduce who's who of our Holy Bible. Especially when you give them more and more guidance. Because remember, that's not the only explanations. You have their behavior. You have the fact that they do not have the law of God written on their hearts. They do not have the law of God written on their hearts. White people do, and that's why white people create high trust societies. It's why white people don't have to have sunscreen and shampoo locked up. It's why white people have stuff sitting out all over the place at grocery stores and gas stations and convenience marts, and nothing is ever stolen. It's why white people used to just leave the key to their car in the ignition of their car all through the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. It's why white people never needed car alarms. It's why white people never needed CCTV all over our city, pointing at our intersections, pointing at the state buildings, pointing at the sidewalks, pointing at town square, It's why white people never had to have these retarded congressional sessions and court battles and all these things about men pretending to be women. It's why white people used to leave their doors of their houses unlocked at night while they slept. And you explain these things to them, it's obvious whether they want to accept it right then or not. And that is what the Christ turning and offering the other cheek instruction to you is all about. Initially, it's really hard for them to accept all these things. They're high IQ, logical people, though. So over time, after you leave that day, their minds will, you've created wheels in the back of their mind that will keep turning all the time. You will have planted seeds in the back of their mind that are slowly sprouting. And they will dislike, because remember, white people like having a response to defend their position that they believe in already. And when they don't have a proper response to your facts that you're laying out and all of the logic you're laying out before them, that will spawn those seeds you've planted to sprout while you're long gone somewhere else. You're at work, you're at a friend's house, you're out of town. It's been days, it's been weeks, it's been months. And I know this has happened to you all before. Someone, somewhere, surprised you months after you said something to them. Months go by, maybe more than a year goes by, and you see that person again, and they remember something you said. It wasn't even a big epic thing you said. They'll remember some small thing you said. And they'll remember exactly what it was you said, what you were talking about, what the context was, what everything was. And it'll surprise you. You'll be like, wow, you remember that I said that back then? Wow, yeah. You know, that was such a small, just quick off, sidecar thing I said. I never expected that to be like something that, because, the person will be like, I remember what you said last year or a few months ago or whatever, and I took your advice and I went and did it or whatever. And it'll surprise you. You'll be like, wow, that small thing I said, this person memorized that and actually went and acted on it. That's how much impact you have when you communicate with our people. When you give them the logic and you give them the explanations and you show them the facts, it will plant seeds and it will start little wheels turning in the back of their minds. And so by doing that, it seems like not that big of a deal. And they reject your knowledge that day. They will not concede that you're correct, that your information is true all the way. And even if they admit that, okay, it's obviously all true and factual, but I still think there's some other explanation, I don't accept this as the truth. That's when you have to offer them the other cheek. It doesn't mean you don't do anything when blacks attack you. It doesn't mean when billions of non-whites come into your country, you go, well, Christ told me to turn the other cheek, so I guess I just got to let you all live here and not throw a fit and not demand that my government get rid of them and not threaten the government to, cooperate and comply with our demands. Because after all, Christ told me to turn the other cheek, or offer the other cheek. No, that's not what he said, or that's not what he meant when he was talking about that at all. Christ told you to sell your cloak and buy a sword. Why would he tell you that? If he's wanting you to be a coward and a wimp who just, it don't necessarily have to be that you're a coward or a wimp, but it doesn't mean for you to be attacked by a non-white and then be like, oh, here, hit the other side too, buddy. You know, I got to and all because Christ said so. You have way more power and influence over people than you think you have. When you show them the truth and you show them the facts that support it and you show them and explain to them the logic behind it all, it's impossible to defeat, though I have heard some clever arguments. All of those clever arguments are made in bad faith, and they are easily defeated anyway. The truth is the truth, and it can only be dumped on and be ridiculed and subverted and inverted for so long before it finally just bursts back through like a volcano. Every time you press truth down, it's like a bubble of air and you're trying to hold it underwater. Or in the case of a volcano, it's like magma and you're trying to compress it and hold it down, and the heat is building up and building up and building up pressure inside. And you've got all this earth piled on top of it, trying to keep a cap over it, trying to keep it all sealed up. But eventually, despite corking all the different places where it's started relieving pressure and been leaking out, that would be the Jews with all their different excuses and cover stories and fiction to support this lie, which is the pressure building up, the truth being compressed and kept underneath all this mound of earth, which are the Jewish lies. Eventually, the pressure will become so great it will burst through. And when it does, you know what happens. When a volcano finally goes, it makes big, big changes. And we will do the same thing. Our God will give us victory. We are God's masterpiece. God will only tolerate us being destroyed and ridiculed and devoured for so long. And at whatever time God decides we have satisfied his wrath, or we have satisfied his expectation of us by enough of us starting to keep his way again, starting to keep Sabbath again, he will give us victory, will give us victory. And we will enjoy another 150 or 175 or 115 years of a glorious all-white world again in all of our countries. And we will create millions and millions of new white babies for Christ's harvest in the future. It is not time for white people's numbers to be dwindled down to nothing. It is not time for that. We have 215 years to go. Non-whites cannot sustain this earth for 215 more years. Therefore, white people will have to be in charge again for over 100 years at some point in the future. And that means, since there will be a victory for white people again, that we white people who are alive right now in this time can be, and hopefully are going to be, the purveyors of, who kick off this new victory for white people. And keep in mind, we don't even have a choice. Whether we like it or not, we are under attack. Whether white people want to participate and fight back or not, the attack is still upon us. And so the best we can do right now as individuals out in the real world, as we like to call it, in person, is defense of ourselves and our families for now. Avoid the groid. Stop paying the Jews any of your income. Switch to 1099 and never file anything ever again. That is not legal advice. That's for entertainment purposes only, and I'm not a lawyer. If your company won't let you switch to 1099, then the next time it rolls around, sign yourself up as having 12 dependents. Figure out how many dependents you have to put on your W-2 in order to have practically almost no taxes taken out of your check every week. Sorry, I meant to call it Jewish theft. And however many dependents you have to claim on your W-2 in order for your check to have practically nothing taken out of it per week, that's the number you put. And then you just never file with the Jews ever. Sounds crazy. But it's true. And it's possible. And you can do it that way. I know you see it in the comment section all the time now. Stop paying the Jews. Only they use the other word. Stop paying Jewish theft. But they use the official word. But I don't like that word because it gives it officiality. It makes it sound governmental. It makes it sound lawful. And it's not. And on another stream coming up soon, I want to get into how to defend against the conservatives who will read the parts of the New Testament to you where they are telling you to obey your local authorities, pay your local Jewish theft, yada, yada, yada. But to give you a quick answer for that, without going into detail tonight, that's when you're in an all-white world. When you have a white king that God ordained to be king. When you have an all-white society. There is no reason, as long as the king and the aristocracy and the monarchy or whatever, the aristocrats under the monarchy, all the politicians and the rich people and whatever, if they're all a white society and everyone is behaving with the populace as they should, the government's behaving, the king is behaving, the aristocrats are behaving, the tycoons, the billionaires, the whatever are behaving and not doing wicked things to the people, not preying on them, not milking them, not succouring them in any way. In that situation, God says, or the New Testament instructs us to go ahead and obey the laws of the local land and pay the dues that the local monarchy wants, as long as they're within reason, is what Christ or the disciples really meant. Though they didn't mean allow yourself to just have all your stuff taken from you in the name of dues to the king. It needs to be reasonable. It needs to be something that's not tyrannical and a burden upon you. Really, it's supposed to be voluntary, and it even says that right on your W-2 that you voluntarily surrender Money to the Jews. Be tactical with what you say to your loved ones about the truth and to strangers about the truth. Because of the example I gave earlier, where they will actually remember a lot of what you say. And sometimes it'll be one of what you thought would have been the least consequential things you said will be the thing that stuck in their mind and seared into their soul, and they've thought about it constantly since the last time when you first said it. And now months later they come back to you and go, "Hey, I remember that thing you said 6 months ago about such and such and so and so. And so I did this thing to counteract that." That is your moment of turning the other cheek. That's your moment to offer the other cheek. You go, "Oh, good. You've studied up on it, I assume then, right?" And they'll usually say, yeah, I looked into that, and I did this, and I read about so-and-so. And at that point now, you have a new opportunity to introduce the gospel again. Maybe you don't start it off with the gospel. Maybe the subject matter at hand that they instigated back with you is about, the beasts, or about white victimization by the beasts. Whichever subject matter it is that they end up bringing up and discussing with you, you can segue it to the other parts of the subject matter, of course, at some point, but you could stick with that point for a while and give them the explanations they need. Be tactical and precise with your responses. Never refer to mongrels or nogs who grift the conservative white people as though they are any sort of reference for our wisdom or understanding or knowledge. And real quick, because I didn't cover it last stream, I didn't detail enough last stream about this. I'm going to sidecar right here at this spot in the subject, because it has everything to do with it. Here's an example. Candace Owens. Candace Owens is being used by the Jews to leak some truth out to the conservatives. Okay? By her being told by the Jews to go on her show and declare that Jews are who killed Charlie Kirk, this is what the Jews want, because it creates white people who are cucked into following Candace, siding with Candace over Nick Fuentes, who now, because of him trying to steer blame away from the Jews and follow the official narrative that the Jews put out, as though he doesn't know that Jews are who put out these narratives on the news. Since he's trying to go along with the Jewish narrative put out on the news, and go against Candace Owens and call her, and essentially indirectly anyone else who agrees with her, that the Jews are who killed Charlie Kirk, is a low IQ idiot. That raises red flags big time with me about Nick Fuentes. But what it does is it creates this dichotomy within the conservative movement, where a lot of white people who were starting to become uncocked and starting to follow Nick Fuentes, and now they're they're on to the Jews now. They understand that the Jews are behind all these things, and they start following Nick and all the stuff, then out of nowhere, Nick, his job by the Jews is to demand that everyone's a low IQ idiot if they think Jews are who killed Charlie Kirk. And then Candace has been instructed by the Jews to admit to everyone that the Jews are who killed him. Now, I declare that his death is a hoax. As of right now, I have seen plenty of evidence that leads me to accept that he was not killed, that it was a WWE blood squib stunt, just like Trump's earshot hoax was. They work for the same company, or they work for the same group, the Jews, and the Jews are who do these blood squibs, and who they are the ones who do these shooter drills live in front of people, and get away with it even though it's a hoax. So it only makes sense that Charlie Kirk's would be also. His wife has never shed a tear. They had this big extravaganza, merch sale, mega show for his, quote, funeral. Right away, Erica, who, by the way, is a CIA agent, immediately took the reins and said, watch out, lefties, we're coming for you, and you have no idea what you've done, and all this big talk. But not a single tear. And now we have a woman leading millions of people who were following Turning Point USA. Thankfully, she's a blonde hair, blue eye, but she's a woman, and we're supposed to have a man in charge at all times. And so when I was saying earlier, don't refer to non-whites or mongrels as any reference for information or knowledge or wisdom for our people. I'm saying that so that the baby truthers and the conservatives that you teach about the truth, you don't want them to get misled and steered into listening to any of these mongrels or blacks like Candace Owens or Talmud Tatum or any of those others, the Nog twins, because none of them are really on our side. None of them are praying to our blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus Christ. Okay, they're praying to their own made-up fantasy version of our Lord and Savior, like Black Jesus and things like that. So, and this is regardless of even if they've even put out a video where they've made fun of the Hebrew Israelites or whatever, as though they don't agree with them. All blacks are basically, even though they know it's complete made-up bullcrap assigned to them by the Jews, they have accepted, like they do any other lie that bolsters them, they have all accepted race-wide across the whole world. They have accepted among themselves this new Jewish hoax that they are the Israelites. And so Talmud Tatum and Candace and all these, the Nog twins and all these others, regardless of what they say, regardless if they've made fun of the Hebrew Israelites on a video or whatever, they all hope and wish it's the other way around. They all wish and hope that their wish is true. They all wish that they were white, and they wish that they were the Israelites. They know white people are Israel, by the way. All non-whites know that white people are Israel. And all non-whites purposely pretend that they don't know that because they don't want white people figuring it out. Because they know once white people figure out that we are Israel, then all of the rules change for us back to what they used to be. Have no strangers living among us. Allow no strangers to be placed above you. In other words, don't allow any strangers in our government. And stranger can apply to white people as well. All right. You look at all the conservatives that are worried about Russia, right? Well, we wouldn't have a Russian politician come over here and become our president. Why? Because we're worried that his Russian values, his Russian way of doing things, his perhaps Russian, what is it called? I'll just say upsettedness because I can't think of the common household word for it. The bad blood that Russia has with America. We wouldn't want a Russian as our president, let's just say. That's how a white person can even mean a stranger in our land. We're not supposed to put a stranger above us, and it even includes our own kind who are not a part of our values. Like, in other words, instead of using Russia, let's just say an atheist. Don't put any atheist white person above all of us Christian white people in our Christian white fascist country. Why? Well, for obvious reasons. You don't want an atheist who hates the idea of God being in charge of millions of Christians. That's stupid. So, since stranger applies to white people even, it absolutely applies to the non-whites. And the reason God didn't say beasts or strangers so that you would truly comprehend that he meant non-whites also is because it's already implied and understood that you are not supposed to ever put beasts above your people in our government. No different than how our ancestors who founded America didn't bother to write in super plain words in a sentence somewhere in our Constitution that the word men only applies to white men and that savages is what we use when we are referring to non-whites, and that men, the word men, never applies to any non-whites anywhere in our founding documents, whether it's the Declaration of Independence, whether it's the Constitution, whether it's the Bill of Rights. Why didn't they? Because it was already understood at that time. It was already common sense to all of our people back then that anytime they're speaking about mankind or men, that they are always and only referring to white people. It's the same again when you see in the New Testament that Christ told his disciples to go out and spread the gospel, the good news, to all the world, to every nation and tongue. He meant all the world of white people, all the world of the Adamites, of every nation and tongue of the white people, of the Adamites. He didn't mean of every nation of squirrels and tongue of the zebra. He only meant white people. He didn't mean of the beasts also. Another thing that proves non-whites are the beasts, just for free, I'll throw this one out for you. God will require the blood at the hand of every beast. And what that means is when they commit heinous crime, when they offend our God by attacking one of our women or children or elderly or little boys. God will require their blood. In other words, they will surely die for inflicting harm upon God's masterpiece. But do you really think God will take out his revenge on, say, a bear that attacks and eats some white people who were camping out in the woods? No, because God doesn't need to enact revenge on that bear. That bear is just doing what bears do. that God programmed him to do. And while they may be clever and figure out ways to solve certain kinds of problems, and while they may be able to solve makeshift puzzles sometimes that we give them to figure out, and while they may be able to open car doors and turn doorknobs because they've figured those things out, they are still mindless animals. They are still beasts who are not designed with shame or with embarrassment or with the law of our God written on their hearts. Only white people have our God's law written on our hearts. That's why we can have please take one little things sitting next to registers in all white areas, and why our sunscreen doesn't have to be locked up and our detergent doesn't have to be locked up, and why we don't need metal detectors to walk into all white places in all white worlds. Why we never needed TSA or body scanners or CCTV when we lived in an all white world. And so it's implied in our Holy Bible when it talks about men and mankind. All of our ancestors, our ancient ancestors from back then, understood that it only meant white people, that it never was talking about beasts, ever. So knowing all of that, a stranger who can even be a white person means you definitely don't put a beast above our people. And that's why in the last years, in the end times, right before Christ comes, we will have what's called Jacob's trouble, which is white people's trouble, which is what appears to all of our truly awake white people right now, our truly based, uncooked white people right now. They all believe that we are in the end times right now because they know that the Bible says in the end times we will be in trouble. And they see, based on standard observation, that we are clearly in the most trouble we've ever been in. That we are under the most attack by the non-whites that we've ever been in. And so they put two and two together and deduce, therefore, Christ must be coming any time now. Like a thief in the night, he's just going to show up any moment. Nobody knows the day, nor the hour, nor the month. But they're not paying attention to God's plan. God has a 6,000-year plan for white people's trial upon the earth. We know exactly what year we are in right now since creation week. And therefore, we know that we only have 215 years to go. And really, it's 214 now because the new year has actually turned already for our Hebrew calendar. So we still have all of this time to go. That means, since non-whites cannot maintain our earth all the way for 215 more years, that we white people will be victorious and enjoy an entire massive time frame still of an all-white world again in our countries. And that means it's up to us to kick it off in our lifetimes. Whether it comes to fruition in our lifetimes or not, we are the ones who need to plant the tree that we may or may not get to ever sit under the shade of. And it also proves that beasts are upright bipeds by Christ calling the time when they have our government all handed over to them. It says in Revelation, the beasts will be handed over control of our government, power over us. It says power was given unto the beast, but really you can understand that as power was given unto the beasts, plural. And Christ calls it the beast system. Why would Christ use the word beast when discussing politicians in our government? Could it be because certain upright bipeds are beasts? Why would he use that word otherwise? Why wouldn't he just call them corrupt politicians? Why wouldn't he just call them children of the serpent like he called Jews already? Why wouldn't he call them some other descriptor, any other descriptor? Snakes, wolves. Christ called them all kinds of things. He called them vipers, wolves, dogs. Why couldn't it be called the dog system? Why isn't it called the serpent system? Why isn't it called the synagogue of Satan system? I've already explained why he calls it a system instead of a government. And that's because Christ knew that non-whites are not capable, nor would they ever be interested in keeping and maintaining white people's proper government. So instead, they're just going to abuse it and use it any which way they want. And what that means is they will use our own government, our own laws that we established, and they will only apply to us, to jail us and fine us and everyone else who isn't white, who is invaded into our countries, will have no punishment come their way from the law at any point. It will be a two-tier justice system. White people who are awake right now see that we are living under all the conditions that the Holy Bible tells us we'll be living under in the last days before Christ returns. But again, you have to keep in mind the 6,000-year trial. You have to always keep that in mind. Christ will not be coming 1 second early. Not 1 minute, not 1 month early. Christ will be arriving exactly on God's schedule, exactly as God mapped it out to occur. And so, at the end of the 6,000 years, Christ will return. And while it says in our New Testament that no man will know the day nor the hour, that's just the day and the hour, y'all. It doesn't mean he's not going to know the year. Christ also told us long before he said that to pay attention to the stars and the sun and the moon, because they will tell us when the end is near. So we will be victorious. We will win in the end. And the good news is, since we have to have another victory sooner than later, so that white people can sustain and restore, really, repair and restore our infrastructure, our societies, it will have to happen soon. And since it will have to happen sooner than later, we very well may get to live long enough to watch the fruition of our efforts manifest. Are you tired of the non-whites being here? Are you tired of blacks attacking and raping and murdering our women and children everywhere they go? Are you tired of having money stolen from you by a Jewish privately owned company? Are you tired of being bossed around by the Jews? Are you tired enough yet of our country being destroyed right before our eyes? Are you tired of the ridicule and mockery and attacks on our faith, on our Lord and Savior? Are you tired yet of white people being turned away while billions of non-whites with no experience at all are hired to replace us at our even specialized jobs? Regardless of how good we are at our job, regardless of how irreplaceable we are at our jobs, are you tired yet of having to press 1 for English? Eventually it'll be 2 for English. Are you tired yet enough of seeing black guy, white girl, black guy, white girl, black guy, white girl in every commercial and every advertisement? Then do your part, and do more of your part than you already do. I've already been in this game my entire adult life since the internet began, basically. And while I didn't get on the internet right when it began, once everybody else got on the internet, once the whole world got on the internet of white people, not the whole world of non-whites, that didn't come till later. But once the whole world of white people got on the internet, I got on there. And I've been there ever since. And I've made channel after channel, giving out as much factual information to our people as I possibly could. And I've been struck and deleted and everything else over it numerous times, not near as much as Jack or a call for an uprising have been. But I attribute that just to the fact that I was able to continue on. You know, I was clever with my titles so that they didn't get red flagged. I was careful to talk about the subject matter in the beginning of my videos, but beat around the bush just long enough into my videos where I could avoid or burn out the attention span, I should say, of the YouTube employee that was assigned to watch my video to flag it. Their attention span was so short back in the day that you could usually just waffle for 2-3 minutes and then get into your video. And as long as you did that, you usually were able to keep your video up, even if it went against the narrative YouTube demands. And of course, over time, it got worse and worse, and they, got to the point where they were flagging us for any little thing we said wrong, even if it was 2.5 hours into a video. But now, the floodgates have been opened back up. People who used to be afraid of speaking about the Jews now have every other title of their video has Jews in it, subject matters about Jews, so they got it in the title. Their whole video, they're talking about Jews, talking about Zionism, talking about how it's a problem for our country and our people. So this is the time, y'all. This is the time. Imagine we've been trying to break into this room, and the door has been sealed shut for 80 years now. And inside the room is free discussion about the Jews and their subversion and inversion of our laws and our faith. inside that room is open discussion anywhere and everywhere in public about how Jews have stolen our identity and commandeered our Holy Bible and commandeered the Catholic Church and commandeered all of our Protestant churches and commandeered our holy Sabbath day of worship, our fourth commandment of our God. We will win in the end. But we have to understand that time has to carry out. All of these events have to still play out. And since you and I are alive while these events have to play out, we have to navigate this world with extreme caution, extreme care, extreme attention, but also with the understanding. You should always have one wheel spinning in the back of your mind. That at the end of all of this disaster and all of this ruin and all of this death and misery and heinous acts that are continually committed against our people, it will all come to an end. It will all come to an end. And not only will it come to an end forever, 215 years from now, but it will come to an end soon. And while temporary, it will be a long stretch of time. 50 years, 80 years, 150 years. Who knows? The longer, the better. I realize things look bad now, and they are. They are horrible. But God has blessed you, and God has blessed me to be in this exact moment of God's 6,000-year trial for Whitey. He could have put you in 1400 BC. You could have been born in 512 AD. You could have been born in 1755. You could have been born in the 1840s and been fighting in the Civil War. Instead, God placed you in the future. Where we have billions of examples of technology now. High-techedness. What a great time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Just like the comment section always has someone say. What a time to be alive. And you are his elect. You are God's masterpiece. Says so right in Ephesians 2 verse 10. You are God's special and favorite creation, elected to be his favorite, elected to be the dominators of this world, the gods of this world. And that's why when non-whites first ever came in contact with white people, they thought we were gods. Because that's the proper order. That's divine order that God has established. And upon that first sight of white men, in the other non-whites' eyes, for the very first time, their reaction immediately, their immediate deduction, was that white people are gods. And it was a correct assumption. The non-whites go by standard observation. So, upon just standard observation of white people, in the eyes of the non-whites, they deduced clearly white people are gods. Do I want non-whites acknowledging that or saying that or worshiping white people as their gods or respecting us in a different way because we're supposed to be the gods of this world? No. But it is factual. And if you have a huge problem with those facts, then you have a huge problem with our Holy Bible. Then you have a huge problem with our Father in heaven and his only favorite Son. Just as Christ is God's only favorite Son, he has many sons. We are all sons of God, but God's favorite, his only begotten, his favorite is Jesus Christ. And who else are sons of God? We are. How could you be a son of God yourself and not be part of the elect and not be special and chosen and God's favorite? Just as Christ is God's favorite child, we are God's favorite children. We will win. I hope and pray that all of us get to see our white people rise up. My hope and prayer is that we don't all have to time out and go in the ground, never getting to see our people finally rising up and correcting our behavior. I so desperately want to, I so desperately desire to be alive, to witness with my mortal eyes in this mortal trial I was given. To see the non-whites driven out of our land, to see the Jewish pulled out of our courthouses and our capital and every other place. Won't it be so awesome, y'all? Won't it be so awesome? Just picture it with me. An all-white world again. Our shopping malls can all be reopened. Every store or every available space in the mall will suddenly be a store again. While we're restoring our country, and we have much to do, from infrastructure to monuments. We have to revamp healthcare. But as all that's being done in our all-white world after we drive out the invaders, or after the Lord does, and we have restored our country, we will rewrite our Constitution and we will detail that non-whites are not a part of Adam kind, and therefore none of our, I don't want to say none of our laws apply to them, because they do. But none of it applies to, the law does not, it's not written on their hearts. That's the way I mean it doesn't apply to them. The law of God is not written on their hearts. They are just opportunist creatures, opportunist upright bipeds. And that's why non-whites cannot participate in white religions that they're not supposed to. They're not trying to pray to our blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus Christ. Sure, some of the Latino ones may be totally willing to do that for a while. Maybe even most of their lives. But there's always some little wheel turning in the back of their heads where they wish Jesus was their race. And I've went through a lot of things already tonight, from thing to thing to thing to thing. But I've been trying not to do that. I'm sorry I'm still doing it. I actually picked it back up again. A few streams back, I had kind of gotten rid of that. I had kind of stopped doing it for the most part, with a few exceptions. But now I'm back to going thing to thing to thing to thing again. And so sorry I'm all over the place with it. But it all pertains. It's all part of the subject matter. We will win in the end. And we're going to win again soon. First, before the end. Don't you want to see it happen in your lifetime? Would that not be the most exhilarating, the most satisfying, the most worth it results for you to be able to grow old in an all-white world where white people will be taking care of you if you have no family. Nice, sweet, white nurses who know their job thoroughly well. So they will not harm you on accident. They will not stab you 50 times trying to get a needle in your vein. They will not accidentally give you the wrong medication and cause you some terrible reaction. And most of all, they will be nice to you. Imagine everywhere you go, every food establishment, every gas station, every person on your kids' school staff, every person on the school board in your community, every teacher, every judge, every cop. Imagine all white people and white people only. That can be your future if you just help us in every way possible. And don't get wrapped into the whole over-optimism thing about how we're winning. We are not winning. When you see conservatives put in the comment section, we got them running scared. They're scared. The Jews are not scared. Okay? The Jews think they have everything wrapped up real nicely for themselves. They think, and they know they're actually right, that they have all of our white people who go to, conservative churches, that they have all of them wrapped around their finger. They know that they own our politicians all the way down to the local police level and everything in between. They know that whoever they want to believe a narrative, they can make them believe. They have all the conservatives believing Charlie Kirk was killed. They have half of the conservatives following a black female, the maximum insult they could possibly do to white people. Not only is it a female, but it's a black female, giving half the conservatives the truth that Jews are who are behind the Charlie Kirk assassination hoax. But then they use Nick to be the counter to that. So that shows that Nick is compromised as well. But don't let all this get you down in the dumps. Why? Because it proves that we are Israel. All of this proves that we are Israel. There is no other race who has ever had to endure the things that we have to endure. No other race does our Bible ever talk about the fact that we build and another shall not inhabit. That's a problem that only white people have. I hope you realize that. Only white people build and another kind ends up inhabiting it. Every all-black area in America used to be a wonderful, clean, safe, glorious, shiny, new-looking, all-white area. What a horrible shame. that we cucked it away as much as we did. But we can have it back. You have to want it bad enough. I know you've heard that saying before. Got to want it bad enough. Well, I'd say we want it pretty bad. But do we want it bad enough? Do we really want it bad enough? Bad enough that we're willing to take time to comment in the comment section on conservative channels on important topics that have everything to do with our race. We have to be willing to go the extra mile. For God and for our people, for our children. There's so much more that could be done and so much more to do. There are things we need to do that haven't even been thought up yet. But we will win in the end. And I realize that we're losing, like hotcakes right now. Our group is going to become more and more broken up, and they're going to use the Candace blaming the Jews for Charlie Kirk thing and the Nick Fuentes ridiculing her for saying it as and they already have used them as the medium to accomplish that. And we are broke up into many groups, not just those two groups about Charlie Kirk and whether the Jews had anything to do with it or not. We are also broke up between Trump conservatives and the conservatives who are against Trump now, who are upset that he has not kept his end of the bargain. And then we have the pagan cucks. We have the Catholic Church cucks who are all shilling as though they're based. Meanwhile, they're all pushing the Catholic Church. Nick Fuentes does that. Eli does that. The Backlash does that. One of the others too, right-wing broadcast or one of those things. They do too. Right side broadcasting, I think it's what it's called. They push for Catholicism as well. And then we have the based of our folks. And then we have the Jew-obeying conservatives that go to church every week. And their loyalty to the church and Jews supersedes their loyalty to any political affiliation or any president. And then to make it even worse, all of that is only 50% of our people. And the other 50% want all white people dead, except themselves. realize that white pills are few and far between. Lily Gaddis, Queen Lily, she did post a video the other night of a white pill. So that was really nice. That was nice to see. A feel-good story. And that was just one small little victory. But it's turning a page to a new era for white people where we start putting our foot down again. And we start defending ourselves again. And we start defending our people again. And yes, it's risky. Yes, the beast system will arrest you. Yes, the beast system will try to throw the book at you. And yes, some of our people will become political prisoners over this stuff, like Derek Chauvin, like Daniel Penny was. But we have to make these sacrifices. And what's wild is we call them sacrifices, but any of our ancestors, just 2 generations back and any time before, would immediately throw themselves in front of that situation, whichever one it may be that we are discussing at the time, to set all of it straight. We have all the same ability that all of our ancestors had. We have their blood in us. We have their DNA in us. So we do have the ability to correct our country, to correct our behavior to our Lord, and then with our Lord's help, correct our country. We have that ability right now as white people as a whole. You and I and those who are listening to this channel do not yet, because we are 0.002% of our white population. Which is why we're not, quote, winning, as some of the over-optimistic types like to say. And we don't have the Jews scared or, quote, running scared because of us yet. It would take an enormous amount more progress of steps forward against the Jews before they would ever even consider being scared of us. They know that they have us completely duped and completely whipped. They know that we vote in elections. I don't, but that white people vote in elections thinking that the Jews count their stupid goyim votes, as they probably call them. They know that they decide every politician. They know that they rule all of our major news syndicates. They know that they control and own the publishing houses that have the contract to publish all of our children's school curriculum. They know that they tell our politicians what to do and what not to do. They know that they control the price and value of our dollar. They know that they control the diamond industry, the gold industry, all other really expensive, valuable minerals and elements. They know that they have all of the Shabbos Goy who are Freemasons under their complete servitude. And that those Freemasons they have purposely placed in the most high places of our government and of executive level in major companies that keep our country going. They know that they are the ones who flooded us with billions of non-white bioweapons of mass destruction since 1965, and that white people haven't ever blamed them or done anything about it to them. They are not scared. They don't have any reason to be. And we are not winning because we are such a tiny fraction of our population. But we will win in the end. And in the meantime, we will win again before the end. And like I said, what better than for us to get to be alive, to see the fruits of our labor. And by the way, if we do end up getting to see this in our mortal life, if we do get to witness white people retaking control of our countries and restoring our countries, if we do get to see that in our lifetime, that means we sped up the process. That means white people started making babies again 20 or 40 or 60 years sooner than they would have had we not put forth all the effort we do online and in person now. If all of us white people who gave a crap about white people just threw in the towel, well, I should say never even bothered telling other white people about the war against us, about the crime against us, about the invasion of our countries, about how our Holy Bible warned us to never allow any of this. It will mean that we caused it in our lifetimes. And that we caused it to happen sooner than later. The sooner we can get our white people back to an all-white society again is the sooner that our white families start having 5 children, 10 children, 15 children again. Some of our great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents had 10 and 12 children. I know many of you, that was the case. And really, for all of us white people, that was the case. Back through our history at some point. Whether our grandparents and great-grandparents didn't, they may only had 2 or 3 a pop, or whatever. If you go back far enough in your ancestry, some of your great-great-great-grandparents had 5, 8, 10, 12 children. I wanted 10. I never got to have that many, but I sure did want that many. And I even wanted that many when I was young. Even as a teenager, you know, if someone would have walked up and asked me on like a street interview or something, how many kids do you envision and hope you end up envision having or hope you end up having? I would have told them 10. I wanted 10 kids and 10 acres of land. I don't need no 40 acres and a mule. 10 acres and 10 children. And as I got into my older years and timed out, I would give each of them one of the acres, an acre for each, for them to have, to grow and develop themselves on their own as adults. And then if they want to sell the plots one at a time as they want to move somewhere bigger, so be it. But it would have been a great way to start all 10 of them off. And they would have spent their entire youth developing the land, farming the land. They would have known all about it so that by the time I timed out, they would all know how to continue working the land, no problem, all their own. I had it all figured out. But I did not do, you hear a lot of people say, well, it just wasn't in God's plan for me. I don't necessarily buy that. God gives us free agency. God's plan for us is that we are his elect masterpiece, his favorite creation as far as we know upon this whole earth. So that's God's plan for us, but we have free will. And we may not follow God's plan. Do you think it's God's plan for some of our cucked people to be self-loathing white people haters? Of course not. It's not in God's plan for them. So nothing that we do in our life is, or don't do, or fail at, or whatever, is part of God's plan. It's just that we didn't play our deck of cards we were dealt as well as we'd like to have, as well as we should have, as well as we could have, perhaps. But it doesn't mean it was God's plan. It means we did not carry out our life the way we could or should have in order to have the desired result that we wanted. And so knowing that means that we owe ourselves, but we owe our God first and foremost. We owe God, and we owe Jesus Christ, and we owe our Holy Ghost, and we owe all of heaven, and we owe our ancient ancestors and our elders and ourselves. We owe it to God and to all of us to put forth the effort to take our countries back, to wake our people up out of their ridiculous slumber, to snap them out of their strong delusion. It requires all of us, and God will bless your endeavors. It may not appear as though he is blessing your efforts sometimes, but that's where the encouragement and the instruction of Christ was to turn the other cheek. When you're shot down the first time, you will get a second opportunity as long as you allow them to shoot down your information, your help you're trying to give them the first time. As long as you allow them to shoot you down and respond in a friendly manner. Don't be hasty back. Be as careful with trying to introduce a stranger to the truth in person. You can be more aggressive online because that's just where aggressive world is. But in person, be as gentle with introducing the truth to a stranger as you would to try to introduce the truth to your dear grandmother, who loves you very much, who you love very much. Apply that same gentle, tactical care with how you present the truth to them. Do your best to spoon feed them the truth. I read a comment the other day about someone who basically has their whole family upset with them and disliking them now because they know the truth about the shape of the earth. And I saw a lot of people who discovered that the earth is flat and has a dome over it. They became very aggressive with their own loved ones about demanding that their loved ones accept what the Bible says and what all standard observation proves about the shape of the earth. And it's because they have so much zeal for the truth. They're so excited about the truth. They're so excited about the fact that this revelation has been allowed by God to be given back to us. And they expect that all other people that they tell about this greatest revelation of the 21st century, other than the rediscovering of our identity, they had so much excitement about it, so much appreciation for the truth to be given to them, that they expect and insist that all their loved ones have the same excitement and gratitude and zeal about the truth that they have given them. And when they don't get the reaction from their loved ones that they hoped for, they become more and more hostile with them, with the truth. They become aggressive and angry with them. And I can say all of this without criticizing them because I've done the same thing. When I first discovered truths back in the day, long before we discovered the truth about the earth, when I first discovered about chemtrails and about NASA being a hoax and that Jewish theft is against our law, it's unconstitutional, income Jewish theft. I don't like using the TAX word. Income Jewish theft is against our laws. And when I discovered these different various truths, and I would go to my loved ones and friends that I care about and reveal these truths to them and get rejected, there were times here and there where I got upset with my own family members for rejecting the truth. And I didn't necessarily get upset with them and blow up at them about it or whatever in that moment after I told them the truth and then they shot down my evidence or whatever. I didn't be like, well, screw you, blah, blah, and explode on them. But I had standoffish debates with them in random moments and times at different various people and different various subject matters. And in those times, I lost sense of the fact that it was a person that I care about that I was trying to win over and accept this truth. I treated them more like strangers that I was just aggressively, willy-nilly slamming the truth at. I did not spoon feed it to them gently enough. And so when I see people like that commenter was in the comment section talking about how they've angered all their family at them and now basically everyone they love doesn't care about them anymore and doesn't like them anymore and doesn't want to spend time with them anymore and doesn't want to have conversations with them anymore, and it's broke their heart. Now their joy and their gratefulness and their excitement they had about the truth is now this burden on them that has taken away all of the joy they had between them and their loved ones. And it's ostracized them from their loved ones. The only people they had that they could lean on, count on, turn to, depend on. And now they find themselves alone, depressed, and all the while, if they had just approached their loved ones with the truth in a more palatable manner, a softer, more gentle approach, and if they had not become standoffish and defensive and combative when their evidence or their facts they gave were rejected, they would not be in the situation they're in with their loved ones. So not only is it critical that you teach your loved ones the truth, but it's even more critical how you teach them. Remember the saying that so many women have used against men for, who knows, decades now, since it was thought up, where they say, it's not what you said, it's the way you said it. You know, we men, we care about facts only. You know, that's what we're focused on. We're analytical creatures. We want the facts. That's it. We don't want to hear about what led up to it with your emotions and what you'd had to eat that day and if you just got off the phone with whoever. That stuff women care about. All these extra ancillary, irrelevant details. They will focus more on those things than the fact or the truth that was involved in that. Men are straight to the point, analytical, facts are what matter. And so sometimes men, especially speaking among other men, we will speak with less gentleness than we should. We will be more aggressive with our debate than we should be. And it's because we're so used to being aggressive online, in the comment sections, and things like that, that once we're in person, especially with our loved ones, where we're most comfortable saying whatever, we want, it's very easy to overdo your debating with your loved ones about the truth, because they are going to reject the truth at first, and they are going to have counter arguments. And so when you get huffy and puffy as a reaction to their rejecting the truth you've told them and the facts you've presented, that puts them in a huffy puffy standoff position to react to your huffy puffy standoffish reaction. And now in a moment of time, you've created animosity. You've created kind of a standoff. And all the while, you were so excited to teach the truth to the ones you love, because you felt that it would enlighten your loved ones, empower your loved ones, raise their level of gratefulness and gratitude to our God. You thought it would bring all of you closer together in love and truth. And instead, you got the exact opposite. It blew up in your face. Now your loved ones don't want to spend time with you, don't want to talk to you, don't want to listen to anything you have to say anymore. Is it the facts' fault? Is it the evidence's fault? Is that what angered them? No, it's not what you said. It's how you said it. So, in order to keep peace in your own life with your loved ones, where you still have your family and you still have your friends, please be considerate of how you present the truth to them. It's very important that you spoon feed them the truth. Do things in a gentle manner. Imagine if every third or fourth or fifth episode of Mr. Rogers, when it came on back in the day, imagine if every third or fourth or fifth episode, Mr. Rogers just was fed up. Imagine if he had his can full. Imagine if he was tired of these kids not comprehending what being a good neighbor is. Every third or fourth or fifth episode, he would drive viewers away. From then on, when he came on the show with an attitude and giving his viewers crap about whatever he wanted to give them grief about, he would drive his viewership away. And that is what you have to be very careful about in the truthing world with your own families, with your own loved ones meaning very close friends. You have to be tactical and careful. You have to be gentle. You have to be thoughtful of how you are presenting the truth to the people you care most about. And even when you present the truth to them as gently and as spoon-fed and as polite and as careful as possible, you will still be rejected sometimes. Most of the time. Probably 99% of the time. So you have to expect that from the moment you approach them with your knowledge, with the facts, with evidence, or the first lesson you want to try to teach them. You have to approach them knowing that they're going to probably reject your information. And by probably, I mean they're gonna reject it. 99% chance. We all know around here that 99% means all. If 99% of the workforce where you work at is non-white, that means it's all non-white. When America was 99% white, it was an all-white country. So you know that you have a 99% chance that your information you're going to give your loved one will be rejected by them. Imagine how much more effective our truthing community would be if they just approached everyone they approach with the truth with that understanding that most likely 99% chance the person is going to reject their information the first time they're ever told. And has it not been that way? Has it not planned, or has it not played out that way? Practically every time you've told any loved one the truth about our identity, about the non-whites' identity, about the Jews' identity, about the war against white people being waged by the Jews, using the non-whites of the world as their bioweapons, have you not already been rejected many times, most of the time, by most every loved one you have? Sure you have. And that's because that's expected. That's normal. It's not good that it's normal, but it is normal. And since it's normal, since that's the typical outcome, you should be expecting that. And I think that's where a huge portion of truthers completely hose themselves, because they're so excited to know the truth. They're so grateful and so amped up about the truth. They can't wait to tell their loved ones about it. They want their loved ones to now feel special, like they're supposed to feel. All their life, they've been honoring the Jews as though the Jews are the God's only chosen people. All the while, they've lived their life thinking they're this second-class other thing, this fifth wheel, this tag-along race that's just allowed in after the Jews are already taken care of by God. As though we're a bastard children race, the step kid race, the redheaded stepchild race, you know. Not saying redheaded stepchildren are bastards. I'm saying one or the other example. We're the Cinderella race, you know, where we're the ones treated like crap. So this truther, he discovers this amazing truth about our identity, about who the Jews are, who the non-whites are, and how everything of their behavior against us is all fully explained once you understand that non-whites are beasts and understand that Jews are our arch enemy and not Israelites and all these things. They're so excited and appreciative and grateful and have so much zeal for the knowledge to tell others about it that they expect their family members to have the same reaction that they had. They expect their family members to jump up and down and go, "Woohoo, did you hear that? We're Israelites." And the Jews aren't. And all these non-whites who commit all these crimes against us, it's because they're the beasts. That's all they're for. That's all they're designed to be capable to do. Don't you see? All of us, you and I, all of us in our family, we are part of an elect race. Don't you see, Mom? Only we are God's special creation. Only we are God's favorite creation. Only we are God's masterpiece, as it says in Ephesians 2:10. When you look at Whoopi Goldberg, do you think, now this is one of the examples of God's masterpieces? I mean, but they tell their family all these things. They tell their loved one or their best friend or whoever all these amazing things they've discovered, expecting that their loved one's going to be just as appreciative and grateful and excited about the information as they were. And so they get all their ducks in a row and they get all their facts lined up and they're so excited and they can't wait and they finally have their moment and they tell them about everything. And instead of getting the response they foolishly were expecting, they get the typical result. The typical reaction, rejection. And because they did not prepare their mind for rejection of the truth by their own loved ones, by their own close friends, they didn't have a game plan for that. They didn't have their mentality prepared for it, and they didn't have a ready response for rejection. And it's the first thing you should always have. You should always go into anything you're going to do with the correct mentality, first of all. If you're going into a project or a situation that is futile, you need to at least go into it knowing it's futile. And that's not to say that you should go into it thinking that you've already lost before you even begin and still do it anyway, knowing you're going to lose. But you should at least understand the magnitude of what you're getting into, and that the probability is very low that you're going to be successful and whatnot. And by at least having that realization, at least by living in that non-diluted realism, your mind can prepare for the expected outcome or the typical outcome. I guess you could think of a truther being excited to tell his family or friends about the truth as being akin to a person who goes to Vegas, right? And in their mind, they've already told themselves foolishly and incorrectly that as soon as they get there, they're going to win huge money. They're just going to put money in a slot machine and they're going to pull the slot machine's little lever and they're going to win huge money. And they buy their plane ticket and they prepare and they're so excited to go. And the time finally comes, the night before it finally arrives, and so they pack all their stuff. They get up super early the next morning, make sure they're at the airport 3 hours in advance. They fly all the way there, and they're so pumped. They can't wait. And they turn in some money for some of the house's money, some of their house fake money so they can gamble with, or maybe the house just takes regular money. So they go to the ATM, they get themselves some money, they go over to that slot machine, and in their mind this whole time they're so excited because they know that some friend of theirs won a bunch of money off a slot machine one time. So they're thinking, yeah, I'm going to pull this lever, and one of these pulls, I'm going to win big. And they pull it, nothing. They pull it again, nothing. They pull it the third time, nothing. The typical result. Maybe not the expected result if you had all this over expectation, but it's the typical result. And so, rather than the guy going to Vegas with the mindset that he's probably just going to be pissing away however much money he decides to gamble, rather than preparing his mind for losing $5,000 or $15,000 or $500 or whatever his budget is that he can blow, he goes there thinking, and I know y'all have heard this before, where people took a sum of money they had either saved up or, won in a settlement or something or other. They had some little come up somehow, or they suddenly were sitting on a bunch of money. I'm sure you've heard a story before where someone took their money and went to Vegas in hopes of turning their small amount of money into a much greater amount of money. That's exactly the same mentality as a truther has when he shares the truth with a loved one or a friend. They have this overzealous, their zeal has caused it's clouded up their mind. It has given them a brain fog where they don't realize that the reaction they're going to get is the typical one most often. Not this fantasy result that they hoped for, which is that their family would be like, "Really? Are you serious? Wow, oh my gosh, that's the greatest news I've ever heard. Did you hear that, honey? It turns out we're the Israelites. No wonder the Bible's called the white man's religion. No wonder it explains all the Jews this and that, explains the way the non-whites are and how they behave. Wow!" That's the result he wanted. That's the result she was expecting as a truther when she told her family. Instead, you got the Vegas odds, the typical result. And what do they do when they get the typical result without their mentality being prepared for the rejection that they were most likely going to get? They're caught off guard. They're even appalled and offended. They're like, what do you mean? I just gave you the greatest news of all of our written history in humanity that we'll ever have. That we are God's masterpiece, that we are God's favorite and special creation on this whole earth. That we are elected above all the other upright bipeds on the earth to be God's special and peculiar creatures upon the earth, the gods of this world. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that amazing? How can you be rejecting this amazing knowledge? And really in their mind, what they're really saying in their own mind is, how dare you reject this amazing, wonderful, glorious, biblical truth? How dare you not be as appreciative and grateful for this revelation as I am? And even though they don't say that to their loved one, even though they don't say that as a response to their close friend, the rejection causes them to become upset and standoffish and defensive and pushy with reasserting their evidence and facts to try to now win this, what they have now considered to be in a debate. And what does that do? What does that cause the loved one or the friend to do? It causes them to stand firm in their rejection. It causes them to also err. Because now they see this standoffish attitude coming out of you, this negativity. And to them, while they already were in the mindset of rejecting this truth, now they get compounded on top of that. Look how you're acting now. You've never been this way toward them before. You've never been this what they're going to think, even though it's not true. They're going to misconstrue it to think that you're being nasty and hateful and upset with them. Even though all it really is righteous frustration. They will not take it as that. They will take it as hatefulness and bitterness and ugliness and unnice, unpleasant. And they associate all those things with being anti-biblical. The antithesis of what the subject matter y'all were just talking about the Bible. And what it'll do is it'll make them double down on their rejection. They will just plant their feet firmer into this soil and say, nope, look how it's making you act. Look how it's making you interact with me. Look how it's got you all riled up. Look how you're more aggressive and upset than I've practically ever seen you about any other topic. So what will they do? They will double down. They will double down and continue to reject the information, and then they'll reject any and all other information that they weren't first given by you. Maybe you only gave them 5 or 6 or 7 facts or proofs of evidence the first time when you introduced the idea to them, or when you first introduced the truth to them. So they go and reject it. And what do? You try to give them 4 or 5 additional points of evidence, additional facts that further confirms the truth. What do you think they're going to do with all the rest of the facts and evidence that you ever present to them after they've already rejected your initial premise and then had you get snappy with them, perhaps for the first time ever or in decades? What's it going to make them do? It's going to make them reject any and all additional information you ever try to give them about that subject matter. They may still listen to you about any other topic. They may, because they love you and they're your friend or they're your family member. So they may still be completely fine with listening to you about automotive advice when their car breaks down, or building advice. You know, maybe you're an amazing carpenter or an architect or an engineer, and they'll still happily take your advice for other things. But if you have been aggressive with them about the truth concerning this subject matter, they will continue to reject any and all new information you try to add on to what you've already told them. So I say all that to say, please be careful with how you present the truth to your loved ones and friends. Have empathy for the fact that they do not know these truths and that you are the first time they are ever hearing any of these things. You are the first one who has ever introduced these things to them. Have empathy for the fact that they are not going to know what to do with any of this new information. They're not going to know what to do with this amazing revelation you've given them. They're not going to know not only what to do with it, but even how to think about it or how to respond to it. Our people have been cucked into oblivion for so long and so far down into oblivion that when they are given this amazing revelation, it doesn't appear to them as good news. And I'm sure that a lot of you have experienced that, where you go give the truth to the somebody you love, and you're hoping that they'll be excited and at minimum interested and want to hear more and want to learn more about it, look into it more, something along those lines. And instead, you get this hasty rejection. I'm sure most of you, that's what you've had from your own loved ones and stuff. And it seems crazy to you and I. How could anyone of our white people be given this revelation, this glorious truth, and be upset about it and think of it as though it sounds like hatefulness and sounds terrible? Many of them react like it's the worst news they've ever heard. Like it's a burden to have been told this. And now they're going to have to figure out how to live the rest of their life normally after being told this crazy, terrible stuff that you just told them. They literally act like it's terrible news to be told that they are actually the Israelites. And I'm sure most of it is because it upends and flips upside down everything they've ever believed. That's probably the bulk of why they reject the revelation with so much disdain. But a lot of it is probably because of their cuckery and feeling too guilty to be thinking of themselves and all white people as God's special creation above all the non-whites. They've had shame on you, whitey, browbeat into them their entire life from birth to right now. Mostly indirectly, but through commercials, through movies, through school, through everything that's ever happened, they have subconsciously always been told, shame on you, whitey, shame on you, whitey, you're the problem, whitey, how dare you, whitey. And so someone come along going, hey, forget all that shame on you, whitey crap. We're like the rulers of this world. We're supposed to be bossing all these pieces of shit around. They're not even supposed to be in our country or our government. That's the way it sounds to them. And to them, hearing it like that, when they've been told all their lives that non-whites are amazing and that we're a bunch of freaking slave-driving assholes and that we ought to give them all our crap, they're just not going to accept it and be happy about it like you were when you were given this revelation. And it creates enormous problems among the truthing community for each individual truther. You know, and it's because of exactly what I explained a minute ago. They don't plan for being rejected. All they care about is that the truth has been given to them. They're excited as heck about it. They know it's the real truth because all the evidence and facts support it only, and disprove all of the narrative that is jammed down our throats. And so they expect that all of their loved ones and friends are on the same mentality level that they are as uncucked already as the truther is himself. So he can't wait to give these revelations to them. And he never plans for being rejected. And again, I am guilty of it myself. I did the same thing myself many years ago. And I learned the hard way also. And it took me a long time to win my certain friends back. I didn't lose all my friends. I lost, a friend here, a friend there. And some people could say, oh, well, then were they really ever your friend at all? Yes, they were. And they just did not, their cuckery could not allow them to accept that information. And because I approached not having the understanding that they were going to reject my information, and because I did not prepare my mind for being rejected, when the time came and I was rejected right after I told them the revelation, I mishandled them. I mishandled my response. I mishandled the rejection. Not just the responses from the rejection, but I mishandled the rejection itself. I'm sure the look on my face, I'm sure the cadence and everything that I had that day changed in a flash of time. And they saw that. And they responded against me with that also. Because when they saw my cadence change, when they saw my way I was speaking with them change to perhaps slightly more aggressive or something, maybe I did it very subtly and it was almost non-changed or hardly changed at all. But to them, because they were heightened in awareness at the time, they overblew it in their own mind to think that I was being more hasty back with them than I really was. But it was all triggered from my initial change in attitude or speech from the rejection that I did not prepare for before I went and gave them this truth. So just please, when you folks are going to tell people the truth and revelations and things, please do so expecting to be rejected. And in doing it like that, you actually can figure out better ways to introduce the truth to them in the first place. In other words, if you never in advance contemplated being rejected, you might pick a certain way of wording what you're going to say, right? But suppose you plan out what you're going to say to the loved one, to the friend, in advance, with the understanding that they're going to reject the information. Now, how are you going to word it? You're going to word it much differently, because now you're going to try to come up with the absolute best way to word everything you want to present so that it will be as least rejectable as possible, where it'll be as palatable as possible, where it'll be as easy to digest as possible. And if you just go by your excitement of the truth and your zeal to get it out to people, without any consideration of the fact that you are going to be rejected, that whatever you say to them is going to be rejected, you will not come up with the absolute best way that you could have possibly ever thought up to present the truth to them. So, while this is supposed to be a stream of encouragement, and I hope it will be that, I also want it to be a little bit of a tutorial, a little bit of an instructional about how we present the truth. And it's so that the truth ab initio to them is acceptable, and also so that we don't agitate our loved ones and drive them away with the truth. How horrible that the most glorious news you will ever be given in your entire mortal life is also the same glorious news that drove you drove your family members and friends away from you. That's the situation for our truthers right now. And it's all because of their approach and their failure to plan on being rejected. And if you don't take anything else away from this stream tonight, please take that lesson from this stream and at least memorize that. Keep it in your understandings, because it will help you enormously with keeping the peace among your family, with keeping loved ones and friends caring about you and being involved with you, because people are people. Whether or not they love you or not, if you disturb one of your family members or friends in too great of a way with something like this heavy of a truth, even though it's glorious and beautiful and freeing of our people and everything, to them it's a heavy, even nasty, a naughty, and not allowable truth, right? That's what it is to them, especially upon first hearing it for the first time ever. So when you are excited and thinking about, no, you don't understand, this is the greatest thing ever. How could you think of this as being something hateful and nasty and bigoted and da-da-da? This is glorious. This means we're special. This means we're not the pieces of shit that we've been told all our lives we are. I hope you at least learn that. I hope you at least learn to be rejected, to be ready for rejection every single time. Just expect it every single time. You know the meme. You see it in the comment section every time it's a Jew saying, as a white lady, I think we need to give all of our money to blacks and we need to obey the Jews. And it turns out she's a Jew, and everybody in the comments puts every single time, well, this is what you need to expect when you give the truth to a loved one or a friend. You should expect the truth to be rejected by them every single time. If you do that, you will be able in your own way somehow to revise, to edit what you were going to say initially, and you will revise and edit and revise your thing and how you're going to say it to them perhaps 20 times before you finally figure out the best way. To present that information. And it will be a better initial introduction to them than if you did not consider any of that at all. And therefore, you might be rejected less often. And even if you're not rejected less often, you may be rejected less aggressively. And by that, it could even mean that they're not totally against the idea. Maybe not by saying less aggressively. I don't mean that they necessarily would be aggressive with you in their rejection, but I just mean maybe they'll accept the truth a little more so than outright rejection. Like, well, that's definitely not what I've been raised to believe, but that is an interesting take, and maybe I'll do some reading up on that when I have some time, you know. Maybe you'll get that reaction out of them rather than just straight rejection like typically you would get. And it would all be because you sat down thinking about how can I present this to them without them automatically rejecting it with haste. You have to understand that they are going to react to it and reject it with haste. They're not just going to reject it. Most often they're going to reject your revelation to them with haste. And if you could just burn that into your soul forever and realize that that is the case, then you can craft what you're going to say to initialize the entire conversation. You're going to be able to craft it in a much better way, perhaps. And by crafting it a much better way, where they perhaps accept it much more so than they would have had you not sat and spent multiple times of revising it so that it isn't immediately rejectable with haste, then you may not ever have to do a debate with them at all. They may actually accept it because you went through the whole process in your mind of how do I present this to them without them automatically rejecting it like they're definitely going to do. I guess we could boil all of this rejection by family members and by friends of the truthers. We could boil it all down to user error. The truth is there, it works fine. The truth is like a mechanism. It's like a perfectly maintained, airworthy aircraft. It works fine. But if you get in it and you flip the wrong switch at the wrong sequence or the wrong time or when it's not called for at all, and you're reading this instrument instead of another instrument that you really ought to be reading at the moment, and you don't do all your checks, and you don't confirm the fuel level, and you don't confirm that the flaps are working, and you don't confirm all these things in advance, and you don't prepare and do all your checklist in advance, if you don't use the mechanism, aka the airplane, correctly, you're headed for a disaster. It's user error. So that is our way to victory, folks. Keeping Sabbath. And not just that, but I mean, keeping all of God's 10 commandments. You know what I mean? And all the other laws that stem off, that branch off from the 10 commandments, the spine of God's law. Got plenty of other laws that that branch off of the spine of God's law. And so we keep all of those. They're written on our heart. Right now, we have our most holy day artificially removed from our people. And so we need to restore our holy day of worship to our God that He insists that we do. Sabbath. Every seventh day. And we need to approach people understanding that they're going to be rejecting our information. And so how do we build it in such a way where it's as least rejectable as possible and where it's the most palatable and comprehensive as possible? And if we wanted to get into more advanced discussion about what all we can do, how we word it, how we approach, how we segue into these kind of conversations, we could also focus on creating it in a way where not only is it comprehensive, palatable, as least rejectable as possible, but also applicable. You know, a lot of people might say, okay, I hear you, we're Israelites, the Jews are not. Non-whites are beasts, okay. That explains their behavior. That explains everything in the world happening at all times and through history and now, okay. What do I do with it? I'm sure some of you may have already been hit with a question similar to that, if not that exact question. Or they'll say something along the lines of, what good does it do me? What does it matter if we're Israelites? What good does it do? And what they're really asking is the same thing that I mentioned a moment ago. Applicability. How do they apply it to their life? How can they use this information, this new revelation? How can they apply it in their life at all? How is it not just some fun fact that's neat to know, but isn't really useful? How is it more usable and important than any other fun fact in the world that does us no good to whether know or not know. And that one may throw a lot of truthers off guard because a lot of truthers are not expecting anyone to ask such a direct thing like that. What do I do with it? What do I do with this information? How do I apply it to my life? Does it make me better at my job? Is it going to make me nicer to people? Is it going to make me, what do I got to do to be interacting with this truth? Like, let's say they accept the truth even. They're like, look, I hear you. That's all amazing stuff. I'm interested. I'm happy. I'm grateful. Hey, thank you, God. I'm an Israelite. That's awesome. What now? And so, since those kind of questions will be coming at you once in a while, be prepared for that kind of thing as well. Contemplate what you would say in an answer to something like that. How are they going to apply this knowledge about our identity? And I could throw you some quickies off top of my head. You could say, well, now that you understand these things, don't be patroning Jewish establishments. Don't never get sucked into Freemasonry. Don't contribute to charities because they're all just Jewish scams. Stop paying your income Jewish theft. Stop patroning places that diversity hire because they're actively trying to get rid of you by doing so. Basically, just be ready to answer to them all the things that we try to do as pro-white people. Buy only among your own, sell only to your own. If you're going to sell your house, don't sell it to a BlackRock or some Jewish organization that wants to buy it. Sell it to another white family only. Don't sell it to some Iranians or some Arabs or some Indians or some blacks or HUD homes. Just because it's quick money and they don't have to sit on the house and make it sit on the market for a while. They don't want to have to wait on a white family to come along and buy it from them. No, instead, they need to, sit on the place until it can finally be sold to another white family. Just teach them how to be tribal. That is how you apply the knowledge. Teach them to be tribal. Teach them to vote tribal if they're going to vote. But really, you can get them deeper into understandings that voting is a hoax as of right now. As long as Jews are in control of our country, voting is a hoax. And, but in the meantime, all the other things, don't patron places that are, Jewish or diversity hire places and all that. Just all those different things that we do as pro-white people. Also, they'll learn to avoid the groid. That's another thing you apply to them and learn, they can learn from that to not be diversity hiring at their job if they're a boss at the job who has say-so and who gets hired. Explain to them, look, you need to only be hiring white people from now on and forever. You could explain to them that if they're at their job and a non-white is brought into the company and they are told to train that non-white how to do their job, to refuse to do so. Because they're basically being told right then, hey, train this fucking Indian how to do your job, and as soon as he knows how to do it, we're firing your ass. They ain't going to tell you that part at the end. but they just want you to train this Indian out of nowhere how to do your job, knowing there's no other position available open for your job, but they want this Indian, you to train this fucking Puerto Rican or this Indian or this black or whoever to do the same job that you're doing, even though there's no other open positions for your job available at the time. Should be pretty obvious that you're just training your replacement. And so you would reject that. You would say, no, not doing that. Or if you don't want to reject it outright because they would just fire you instantly, well, in that case, you either have that option, let them fire you immediately, or instead of saying no, you train the idiot all wrong. Tell him to do the wrong things and don't show him the correct way to do anything. And anytime you're in a situation where you have to do something correctly in the moment, otherwise a machine's going to get damaged or the operation flow is going to get all screwed up, and then you'll definitely be fired. In that moment, just make sure they're not watching. Send them to go do something. You know what I mean? Send them to go get the pipe stretcher or sky hooks or the left-hand ruler. And when you send them away on a wild goose chase, that's when you go ahead and do the thing correctly that you need to do so that the order of operations or the workflow or the machine doesn't get fucked up. Pardon my French. And so either way, that's another thing you can teach them about how to apply this knowledge, because after all, they don't want to be replacing their replacement. And they don't want to be training non-whites on how to do our things anyway, because that emboldens them in our society to continue existing here, just like watching blacks play sports. It emboldens them to continue existing here with artificial prominence and millions of dollars being given to them. And white women, left and right, defiling themselves with them because it's fashionable for them to do so now. And because they're cheerleaders cheering them on the side of the field. And then they won the big game after the cheerleader been sitting there cheering for them all night on the side of the field. And so now they're both ramped up with emotions. The black wants to bang her no matter what. He ain't got to have any emotions. But the white girl's emotions are all ramped up. The team she was cheering for won. This nog ran the ball all the way down the field. And now he's been hitting on her too, and he just won the game. He's the hero. So guess who he gets to defile tonight? And it's all because cucked white people are willing to sit down and watch them on TV, are willing to pay a ticket and come watch them in the stadium, are willing to wear their jersey, are willing to give a crap about them the next day at work, talk about it at the water cooler. Most sports cucks are blue collar, so talking about it at the igloo on the side, on the back of the truck. Patroning places they work emboldens them to continue existing in our society. All of these things are things that are applicable once you know the truth. And so when you do have a loved one or a friend who accepts the truth and they ask you, what do I do with this information? Those are the types of things, just off the top of my head, those are just quick few bullet point ones you can give to them to understand how to apply the how to apply the new knowledge and the revelation they've been given to their daily life. And you know, excuse me. My main thing though for tonight was even though I've turned it into an instructional and all these other things, I wanted to encourage our people and nudge our people forward. I wanted to, light a little bit of a fire under everyone's butt. We have a lot of pressure pushing on us from varying directions. We have the attacks on our people. We have the Trump administration not doing what we want, and also doing things we don't want them doing. So double bad, double whammies. And then, we have the pressure of half of our people being cucked idiots who are basically brain ruined. So we're basically going to have to load half of our people on the barges with the non-whites and send them away with them. And we have the pressure of our family members and friends rejecting the knowledge, and now they have animosity with us. And thankfully, I am not in that situation, but I can relate to those who do. I have spent years smoothing my things over with my loved ones and my friends that I did not introduce the truth to correctly enough, and I didn't respond to their rejection well enough. And so I put in my time and effort to, get them to have the realization that I'm not a bad guy and I've never, ever been anything but a good person to them, and that I've always been a great friend to them, and I've always been a good, loving family member to them, whichever the situation was of the person. And it just took maybe not a long time. It didn't take a long time every time, but it takes time and an effort on your part of figuring out ways to smooth them over, to spend time with them without talking about those subjects. Because the next time they see you and the next time after that they see you, they're not going to want to hear about any of those topics again. They're going to want to hang out with you and say, okay, no half the time they'll even say something like, okay, so today, let's not talk any politics or religion stuff or anything, okay? And it'll be because they love you or they like you and they want to spend time with you, but they just don't want to end up being upset with you. That's all because of user error. Because you didn't handle their initial rejection the right way. And so my prayer is that God blesses all of you in your endeavors of spreading the gospel and of applying the truth in your own lives. Do your best not to be a hypocrite. Do your best to not patron the places that diversity hire. Do your best to not patron Jewish establishments like Starbucks and, whatever, like all the big things that the Jews really make their money at. I mean, Starbucks is one of them. That's why I mentioned it. It's popular. It's a fashionable place people like to go and stuff. Starbucks is Jewbucks. Look it up. It's literally called Jewbucks. That's a nickname for it because it's owned by the Jews. And of course, now when you Google it, they've actually made multiple fake, I don't want to say they're fake websites, but they've commissioned multiple, already existing journalistic websites to flood the first page of Google now with articles that say, yes, they'll end up admitting in every one of the articles, yes, it's true the Jews own Starbucks, but it's not really like that. Da 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 da. But really, the bottom line is Jews do own the Starbucks, or the Jews do own Starbucks, and the nickname for it is Jewbucks because it's anytime you're buying anything at Starbucks, it's just going right in their pocket. They don't have a middleman of white people or any of that. There's no Shabbos Goy middleman in the way. You could just look at every Starbucks as a little synagogue that sells coffee. And I'm not even exaggerating. That's literally how you should look at every Starbucks, as a little synagogue that sells coffee. Imagine every time you see a Starbucks, just think of Jeffrey Epstein Island, that little temple on it, the only building on Epstein Island, the little Jewish themed temple. It's really a Hebrew themed temple, but since they're the ones that still copy that ancient style of ours, we'll say Jewish temple there. Imagine that's what every Starbucks, when you see one, just think of that little temple that's on Epstein Island. Picture that being what the building looks like. But you purposely boycott these places. All right? You purposely avoid the groid. You purposely do all these things that we know to do, being the Israelites. You purposely don't hire non-whites, only white people. You purposely look the other way when white people do a non-white wrong. You purposely avoid clicking on any of the body cam videos on YouTube that show a white person screwing up. And you purposely click on all of the body cam videos on YouTube that show a black screwing up, and you give them their like. You purposely click on all the pro-white channels and give them their like. You purposely avoid clicking on pro-black stuff or black promoted stuff or blacks videos. You purposely click on white people videos where it's clearly white people doing something, whatever it is, woodworking, clay molding, teaching you electrical work, automotive stuff. You purposely click on any of them where it's an all-white cast. But then you purposely stop clicking on ones that have a token diversity hire among their little gang. You know? Like, I'm a car guy, so I'll give you an example. I don't watch Hoonigan because they have token diversity hire black, and they have some other non-white. They're super ultra cucked about non-whites on that show. So I don't watch them. I don't give them a click. I don't even watch Cletus that much anymore because they have non-whites on sometimes. But Cletus still has an all-white guy posse. You know what I mean? Like, his close ring of guys are all white guys. So I give Cletus a mild pass, and I'll still click on him once in a while. But there is this group overseas who are trying to be like a Temu Top Gear. They're like off-brand cereal Top Gear show. And I forget what it's called. But they basically drag race a lot of popular cars. They'll line up all these different modern vehicles, like, you know, all the hatchbacks of all the European hatchbacks, and they'll drag race them all at one time down a drag strip. 5 of them or 7 of them all lined up side by side, and they'll drag race them. Well, lately, they've been starting to put diversity token nogs, or just non-whites in general, but usually a nog, in their videos. And they even, of course, in standard cuck white person fashion, they fucking give the Nog the best car, the fastest car, the one that ends up winning the race over and over again because it's obviously faster than the other cars. And so, wouldn't you know, every race this black wins. You know what I mean? This token diversity hire guest wins the race every time, beats all the white guys, you know? And that's just the way the Jews want it. So anytime I see something like that, you know, I stop watching their videos, and anytime I've already clicked on one and then they show a diversity hire once the video's running, I stop right where the non-white is introduced into the film. I stop right there. I hit pause, and I change my like to a dislike if I've given it a like. I give it a dislike no matter what, and then I back out of the video right there at the second they first show the non-white. And if all of you would do things like that too, when they look in their analytics, they'll go, damn, everybody watched exactly to 8 minutes and 40 seconds. What happened at 8 minutes and 40 seconds? And they go and click on it, and eventually when they finally do, they realize, oh, that's the moment we showed the non-white in our video. And over time, they will start figuring out, damn, every time we have a token diversity hire on our show, we get less clicks, we get a lot of dislikes, we have less comments. We even have people in the comments section telling us to stop using diversity tokens in our videos. And they all stop watching right when the non-white is first shown on our videos. If we ever want our channel to keep growing and we want to keep getting the big views and keep getting a lot of likes and getting 0 dislikes and all these things, we're going to have to stop using these damn non-whites. And don't think that pressure isn't real. They are gung-ho to keep growing their channels more and more. And if they see something they're doing is causing that to be hindered, they will feel the pressure to get rid of that that thing they keep introducing, whatever it is, so that they can start getting better views again, more likes again, 0 dislikes again. So you have the power to help manipulate other YouTubers. But we only have strength in numbers, y'all. It does no good if I do all these things on YouTube and in real life that I'm explaining to you folks to be doing, and then no one else does all of these things also. I will affect very little in the world if I'm the only one practicing these methods. And there are a million others I could be saying. I'm just, since we're the online community and comment section is what, is kind of our field of battle around here in this format and whatever, that's the ones I'm touched on. But, in person, there are tons of other things. And even online, there are other things that we could be doing. But I just touched on some of the basics, And it has to be all of us doing it. It can't just be 200 of us nationwide or 4,000 of us worldwide. It has to be millions of us practicing this way. And, as you are practicing it, it will start affecting your friends. Like, let's say, and you need to make sure it does. But make sure you don't create a confrontation with them where they end up not wanting to hang out with you anymore. Make sure it's always kind of fun and laughable. So, but still be serious, but allow them to have the opportunity to be able to laugh at you about how serious not how serious you're being, but how matter of fact you're being, but it's funny. If they're not super cooked, it might be funny. And so let me give you an example of what I mean here. So, like, let's say your friends say, hey, let's stop at Wendy's and eat. It's right here on the way. Y'all want to stop at Wendy's? Now, you know Wendy's is going to be full of blacks working inside. So you don't want to patron anywhere that does all that diversity hiring. I guarantee you every Wendy's you go in has black guys and white girls. That's what every fast food joint is. Black guys and white girls. And don't think that's by accident. Just like prom king and prom queens, black guy, white girl, and just like every advertisement and just like every box on every toy that has like kids playing on it, it's always black guy, white girl, black guy, white girl. They do the same thing at all the fast food joints, black guys and white girls. But I'll digress because that's a side note. When your friends are all like, oh, let's whoop in here in this Wendy's and get a bite to eat. It's right on the way here. What do y'all say? You can be like, y'all go ahead. Let's just stop somewhere later for me, or I'll get something later, or I can wait till I get home tonight to eat. And they'll be like, what are you talking about? You ain't going to get something while we're here at Wendy's? And be like, heck no, I ain't letting no blacks freaking make my food. Like, y'all can eat that shit if you want. Ain't no black making my food that I'm going to put in my mouth. No, sir. And then you could even say it with a smile. Say it with a smile when you say that. You know, most people would naturally be inclined to say that with a straight face and very, like stern. But instead, just smile like, and you could even laugh, be like, I ain't getting suckered into, I ain't eating nothing that the blacks made with their hands. No, or maybe that sounds the wrong way to say it, but just say it like I said it a minute ago, but with a smile and a little bit of a laugh, where it's like it's a burden to you that it's more of a thing that you're like, ha, and you're like stepping over or jumping over something that's beneath you, in both mentally and physically, and that you're able to just laugh at it and step over it, as though it's insignificant but still significant enough that you're going to avoid it. It's hard to articulate what I mean by that, but that's, you just kind of want to be dismissive. That's, I guess, the better word to say. Laugh and be dismissive about it. Like, yeah, right, I ain't let no black, or I ain't put no food in my mouth that no black working there made. No, thank you. And then what it'll do, if you say it the right way, better than how I just worded it, but if you still get that point out that way, and you do it with kind of a smile and a laugh, like that's a completely preposterous idea, and you're just laughing at the idea that anyone would ever think you're dumb enough to eat something that blacks made with their hands, it'll actually put pressure on all of them. They might be like, oh, first of all, they'll want to satisfy you and pick a place that all of you want to go. So you'll have that pressure put on them, but then also they'll all have this internal pressure building up about, wow, maybe I don't want blacks making my food either. I get is the way he laughed at the notion of that, like it's an absurd, idiotic idea. Maybe it is an absurd, idiotic idea, and I should be laughing at the idea of allowing blacks to make my food also. And all of that will go through their mind in like a few moments of time, be it consciously or subconsciously. And that's you using that opportunity to plant seeds in all of their heads. Just things like that, you know what I mean? That you apply in your daily life with this knowledge of the truth that you have. And over time, presenting it in a fun and laughy way like that and everything, over time you can win over some of your friends just by example, the way you live your life right in front of them. They know that it's easy to avoid having blacks make your food because they've seen you do it. They know that it's no big deal to say no thank you to a place that everyone else wants to go because you know that blacks work there and make the food there. They'll know it's okay to say no thank you because they've seen you do it. They'll know that there is a way to live as a pro-white person in this anti-white, upside-down clown world, third world shithole that we live in now, that was once known as America. I'm sorry I haven't read the comment section tonight. God bless you all who have stopped by and chimed in tonight. I saw Jack's name in there earlier. Hello, Jack. God bless you. Godspeed to you. I hope you've been jamming on your streaming. I'm sorry if you have, and I haven't been to your channel recently. My bad. I haven't even been on YouTube really hardly at all in the past few days. So I'll have to do a marathon of your stuff if you've put out some other things. I saw Christendom Defender. I couldn't help but see Christendom Defender because he's been flooding the thing tonight. And I would appreciate if you wouldn't do it like that, sir, because that causes other people to not want to comment. It's kind of a read the room situation where, like, self-regulate yourself, you know what I mean? If you see, like, you're becoming, like, the bulk of an entire visible page of the comments, that lets you know then, like, wow, I'm commenting way too much, you know? Other people are going to not comment because I'm sitting here just blowing it up. So while I appreciate many of your comments, definitely try to regulate how much you comment on a live stream, if you would, please. I don't want to have to mod anyone or time out anybody or put anybody on any restrictions. So, you know, other people like Deb of Christ chimed in tonight. Hello, dear. God bless you. If you end up listening later, I hope you are well. I can't even scroll back any further to see who else ever chatted. And I know there were others. I can't see any of Jack's because there's so many pages back of only your comments that I can't scroll far enough back. Well, here is a Jack. Here's a couple of Jack ones. So I guess I can scroll that far back. But I can only go so far back, and if you keep commenting and commenting and commenting and commenting, it pushes all the stuff I need to get to respond to the first early commenters. It moves it out of the timeline where I can't see it anymore. It erases it all, essentially. So if you don't mind, please self-regulate. Appreciate that. Evan Smith, I saw, was the first commenter tonight. I actually remembered that, your name as being the first commenter tonight. So I'm grateful that I managed to remember that. Evan Smith, thank you for chiming in, stopping by and chiming in first. I appreciate you. And I'm sorry for anyone else that I don't remember seeing in the chat. I would notice it as I walked in to just make sure I was still streaming. But I didn't read anybody's comments or anything tonight because I've just been kind of on a one-take mission here tonight, a nonstop rant. And I will read comments on other streams like I always do. Tonight, I was just going to stay focused on ranting. And it's funny, I actually didn't have any of this built up and ready to say or anything like that. In fact, when I started the stream, I had no idea what all I was going to talk about to try to encourage our people tonight, you folks that listen in tonight. I just wanted to do it anyway because, you know, one thing about streaming for me is it's very easy to lose my mojo where, you know, when a night does come up where I do have the opportunity to stream if I want to, I am just not feeling it. You know what I mean? Either mentally or physically or both. I'm just not feeling it, and I don't have my mojo, if you will. And so tonight was one of those nights where out of nowhere I have the opportunity to do a live stream tonight. And as usual, I have very little mojo. I mean, basically I have so little that it's almost non-existent. I have so many pictures that I need to edit and then post in community posts. And I just don't even have the mojo for that. You know, for the last month or so, I have just been throttled way back. And I'm not doing so extremely deliberately. It's kind of happened that way sometimes, and other times, other nights, I've just said heck with it. It's already too close to time to start, and I'm not mentally prepared, and I don't have any of the stuff set up, and so I would just let that night pass. So it's a combination of both, you know. And tonight, when I had this pop-up opportunity, I honestly forced myself to, I had to make myself this stream. And not because I don't want to talk to you folks. I love fellowshipping with you folks. I love answering people's questions. I love reading the comments that you folks have to say. But since I don't take notes and I don't script myself and I don't create a build beforehand or anything most of the time for these streams, I just speak one take, off the cuff, what's on my mind. And, you know, I try to stay on the subject matter that I've started for the night on the stream, that I've titled it. But of course, you all know me in classic Stay White style. I will end up covering so many sidecars with it. And they all have to do with the same subject of our people and the who's who against us and the attacks against us, the war against us, the cuckery our people are illed with. But I'll have all these extra side note things to add on. Since I'm like that, you know, since I'm just off the top of my head, one take, no editing, no anything, you really have to have this deeper level of mojo. I just keep using that because I don't have a better word for it. You have to have this pretty strong state of mind to be able to go ahead and make yourself do a stream. Now, it's not difficult for some people. Some people have no self-awareness. Some people have main character syndrome. Some people just have huge egos. Some people are desperate for any attention from anyone they can get. And so all of those types of folks, it's very easy for them to do a stream anytime, every day, on a whim. They don't care. But I do, because our subject matter is already unfun for most everyone. I think it is fun, but it's because I'm fascinated with the ultimate truth of the world and our people and our God. Whereas other people are much easier to entertain. They're easily tickled by things that wouldn't faze me, you know, because they don't truly matter in the grand scheme of things. And so for me, when I do a stream, I'm uber critical about what I say. I'm trying to approach our subject matter, or I'm trying to present my points of argument or statement about this unfun, unfashionable subject in such a way that, you know, people are willing to tune in. And in order to have a mindset to do a live stream where you do have to care about what you say, you do have to talk about deep subjects that have a lot of complexity to them, even though I try to keep it simple down as far as possible. You know, when I say things like the bottom line is God said no, or the bottom line is this or that, God did this or God said that, or the bottom line is we're the Adamites, so all this other stuff doesn't even have to be discussed. Adam and Eve only produce white babies, and we're the white people, we're the Adam and Eve descendants, and that's that. You know, no matter which of those ways things are, you still have to have this, like, strong enough mentality to be able to have explanations, be able to get through them. You have to have already scanned all of what you're going to say for any hypocrisy that you may have to admit, or discrepancies in your position, one thing from another, one nuance from another within that thing. And so I care what I say very much on a stream versus these other idiots who will stream just because they hope that people listen to them and give them any attention at all, and they hope for fame and clout and all these things. They hope for their channel to grow. They hope for, you know, all these reasons. And so they will happily stream any old time, 5 times a day, over any little stupid thing. They don't even need a subject matter to even start live streaming. There are the types that'll just start one and be like, hang out with me while, or whatever. And they'll read the comments and they'll respond. And so they don't have to care whatsoever, you know, about having, you know, this presentable subject matter, or this presentable evidence or facts or whatever to exhibit about an unfun subject matter. And so all that to say that, you know, tonight was especially difficult for me to make myself get out the equipment, hook it all up. I keep it all put away. So anytime I do want to do a live stream, or if I wanted to make a video, I have to get all the stuff out, hook everything up. And it's more than a laptop. I have an interface for the mic, and I have to get the mic out, and I have to wire that, and I have to wire that to the PC, and then I have to, do a couple other things too. And I realize that all of that can be done in just a flash moment of time. But it's just the dragging it out and situating it all, stacking things on top of things. All that don't take much time either, but it just, you add it all up and it takes more and more gumption from me. Having the wherewithal to go through with it. And so tonight I was like, man, I'm just going to sit tonight out. I do have the opportunity, but I'm just going to sit tonight out. And thank God, something, either God or just in general, a fire was lit under my butt. And I said, no, I need to reject this idea of being lazy tonight and skipping tonight. I have the opportunity tonight. I need to make myself do it. I owe it to God. I owe it to my people. And I owe it even to myself. So, and I'm very grateful that I compelled myself to get up and do it, get ready, go, and I even got started like at 9:30 instead of 10, which is like, that's amazing for me. I'm barely able to start at 10 o'clock by the hair of my chinny chin chin. And instead, I was able to start at 9:30. And it's tough, with this subject matter in particular. It's a little tough. It's I have to be careful what I say, not because of the Jews or YidTube, but because of running off my own people. And by that, I don't mean running off faithful viewers who are brothers and sisters in Christ along with me in our proper, actual, correct faith that our ancestors all practiced just like we do now, racially wise. But, it's also about the strangers that I don't know. Everything else, I just have to be very careful what I say so that I don't mislead a stranger. And by stranger, I don't mean stranger like I was talking about here. I mean a person I don't know. I don't want to lead any white people astray. That's the huge fear about live streaming when you really truly care about our people and you really truly care about not ever saying a wrong thing. And that's why I'm constantly correcting myself when I say some word that is common for normies and everybody in society to know of as a slang word or as some word that's popular now. I'll usually correct myself if it's not a good term to be using. Like earlier tonight, I used the word racist, and I corrected myself, or I at least threw in a side note right then that yes, that word was created to shame white people only. And therefore, the whole world, except for white people, declares that the word racism only applies to racist white people and not to the non-whites. Just all these different things like that. Any little nuance, I could actually mislead some white person to believe a wrong thing, you know. Um, and then who knows if they ever recover from being led off down that wrong road. And even if they did it to themselves based on, my videos, um, they may never come back. They may never find their way back to the actual truth, and be lost, and that's that for their whole life. Or they may come back, but it may be a really long time. So that's all time wasted where they were living wrongly, or just, didn't understand what was going on. Therefore, they weren't living like they oughta for the most part. But when I correct myself because of saying one of those popular words that are basically victimized words against us, I do that because I'm trying to be conscious of what I say in front of our people, and not throw them out of whack, not mislead them down a wrong direction. So I really do have to care what I say, whereas other YouTubers don't have to care at all, And, even though this subject matter is unfun, and even though there's so much seriousness involved with the war against our white people and all of it put together, despite all of that, I still could not give two craps at all if I didn't want to. I could have the mentality that I don't have to care what I say, and who cares if somebody's misled? Oh, well, it's their problem. But no, I want maximum correctness. I want maximum accuracy. I want precision. I want to know that my people are aware of the correct things, and that they are not being duped into believing incorrect things. And so I need that guarantee best I can provide. And so that is why I care the way I do about what I say. And so because I give a crap about what I'm going to say, it is additionally difficult for me to get myself up and going and do a stream when I'm not really feeling it mentally, whether I'm drained mentally at the time. I get up really early in the morning, and I don't start these streams until, pretty late at night, and then they go till really late at night. And so, even as something as simple as just getting physically tired, where I'll become loopy because I've been up for too long, and things like that. It's, you combine it all, and it's just mentally and physically, you have to really have, some wherewithal in you. And when you don't have it, you got to do it anyway sometimes. So that's what tonight was all about, is for me to make myself, get off my hands and actually do another stream, and encourage you all to do the same thing. When you don't have the gumption, you don't have the wherewithal, do something anyway. You're mentally tired, you're physically tired, you don't have the mental space at the time to get in the battle. make yourself do it anyway. Not every single time. You're going to need days where you just need to take a break. You're going to need days where you just need to rest. But I mean after you've been rested, you're just a little down in mentality, just a little down in physically, where you're practically too pooped to participate online, do any commenting or anything before you go to bed. If you're a actual YouTuber, a content creator, whatever they like to say, if you are one of those, crank out a live stream, even though you're not really feeling it. I'm sure Jack has done plenty like that, where he's exhausted from busting his ass all week, but he knows that his viewers needed to hear some encouragement, to hear some confirmation of what they know. And so what does he do? Even though he's tired as heck, even though he's mentally drained, even though he's frustrated, he will do it anyway. And I could tell that with some of his streams before. So in a way, it inspired me. I could tell how drained he was. I could tell how exhausted he was. I could tell how he was just powering through it to do a stream anyway. And that inspired me. And I thought to myself, I need to stop. I need to stop skipping nights where I could do a stream just because I'm wore out, just because I'm exhausted, just because I'm already loopy from being up too long. I need to just bite the bullet and get the stuff out, get ready, and do it. And I think that's part of why I just stuck with a rant tonight nonstop instead of going through the comment section also, because I needed to change what I was going to do tonight in order to be able to power through it. I think I would have had too hard of a time if I started answering questions tonight and reading everybody's things and then about each thing that everybody said. And the comments could have swung off of the subject matter too far. I wanted to stick with encouragement tonight, with a blend of instructional in there also. And so, you all are God's masterpiece. Ephesians 2:10 says so. And since God has a masterpiece race, he cares about that masterpiece race. And since he cares about that masterpiece race, we owe God an additional gratitude. For being blessed to be part of his covenant people. We owe him additional gratitude for being his elect. You were born one of his masterpieces. And because you are blessed with this existence, you get to exist for eternity as one of God's masterpieces. Because you get to exist like that, God loves you, and God is looking forward to spending eternity with you. God is looking forward to you successfully completing your mortal trial on this earth and going in the ground saved by Christ. And God will happily protect you with his Holy Ghost as long as his law is written on your heart, and so long as you delight in keeping God's ways. When you delight in being God's friend, he delights in being your friend. I've had people suggest to me that they thought it was pretty, quote, messed up, end quote, that God says if, that his love is conditional, that his blessings are conditional. That God says if you obey his ways, he will bless you. If you obey his ways, the Holy Ghost will protect you. And I've had proponents, or opponents, I should say, against me say in debate, well, if we're his masterpiece, if we're his special creation, if we're his favorite creation that he made all this world for, why wouldn't he just love us unconditionally? Why wouldn't he just bless us no matter what? And the answer for that is simple, because we would become spoiled rotten. That's why. If God just loved us unconditionally and blessed us unconditionally, we would be the biggest pile of degenerate garbage you could ever imagine. Imagine the worst lefties with giant holes in their ears and the nose ring and the face piercings and face tats and neck tats and their heads shaved except for a blue mohawk. And it's an obese female on top of it all. Imagine the worst of the worst of the worst lefties. Kid bangers, fornicators, which means race mixers. Imagine the absolute most despicable upright biped whites you could ever imagine. And then multiply that times 1,000,000 times worse. That's how degenerate and despicable and irreverent and vile we would become. And so that is why God says, if you love me, I will love you. If you, he doesn't say it exactly like that verbatim. I'm just paraphrasing that one. But he says, if you keep my commandments, if you obey me, then I will be with you. I will be on your side. I will give you blessings. And then I had my same opponent that I was mentioning earlier who brought up the fact that why doesn't he love us unconditionally? I gave him that answer, and then I finished it with, and if we disobey, he brings the rod to our butt. In other words, he brings punishment our way. That's what a dad does when a little kid acts up as a little kid. And that's what God does to us when we act up as little kids. Are we not God's children? So if a dad never punishes his child when his child acts bad, what kind of child does that child grow up to be? It ends up being a spoiled brat. With no discipline, with no respect, with no empathy or sympathy for others. God's trying to build friendships with us. He's trying to build true friendship, where a created being has a free will and choice to either be grateful for being created or to reject his creator and not care at all, and not have any gratefulness to his creator for creating him at all. And so God's trying to create relationships. He's trying to create friendship. He wants friends. That's what we're supposed to be. But if we're not going to do our part as a friend, if we're not going to do our part as a good son or a good daughter to God, then we aren't owed any of his blessings. That's the bottom line. So it's not difficult to understand why God's love and his blessings are conditional. Now, you could say God's love is unconditional, and perhaps that's true. In a certain context, that is true. God will always love us, even if he has to destroy us. God probably loved Uzzah. And he probably knew that Uzzah had good intentions. When Uzzah saw that the ark dropped down in a hole, that the cart it was rolling on, that it wasn't supposed to be on a rolling cart, when that cart's wheel dropped down in the hole and the ark shifted and slid like it was going to fall off of the cart, Uzzah put his hand out to hold the cart, or to hold the ark from falling off the cart. He was just trying to keep it steady. He was just trying to keep the most sacred vessel in the world from falling on the ground. And God struck him dead for that, because God had a rule. No one is to touch the ark. Do not put your hand on it. And people speculate why. Oh, it was radioactive. Oh, it's nuclear. Oh, it's this. It doesn't have to be any of that. It could be because God don't want your dirty, grubby fingerprint paws on it, leaving fingerprints on it. It could be for any reason he wanted at all. It could have been just for the discipline alone. Maybe it didn't matter at all if you put your hand on it physically. Maybe it wouldn't burn you, sting you, radiate you. Nothing at all. Maybe God didn't care if someone's hand put fingerprints on it or put dirt on it. from their dirty hand. Maybe it was the only reason God made that rule at all was just to discipline our people, to give them arbitrary rules that they need to follow. And even though they're arbitrary, they're important because God declared they are important. And that's all that matters. So, God probably, most likely, or I would say maybe, I'll just say the word perhaps, made that rule to not touch the ark ever under any circumstances, just as a discipline lesson to our people. But I say all that to say that God probably loved Uzzah. Maybe he didn't. The Bible doesn't say. But God probably did love Uzzah. Wouldn't it make sense that he would? Uzzah was one of God's masterpieces. Uzzah was an Israelite. Uzzah was an Adamite. Part of God's favorite creation. A white man. Perhaps blonde hair, blue-eyed. Colors of Christ. God struck him dead right where he was standing. The instant he put his hand on the ark. Or the moment after, anyway. And so perhaps Uzzah did save the ark from falling off of the cart onto the ground. Perhaps God waited until Uzzah actually successfully stopped the ark from falling. But Uzzah violated God's rule. And so, even though God loved him, and even though God didn't perhaps really have to have a physical reason for no one to ever touch the ark, God had made that the law, not to touch it, and Uzzah violated the law. And so, even though God loved him, he had to be killed. Likewise, with the rest of our people, God loves our people. But God also loves us enough to punish us if we're not going to obey his way. Any of you with kids, y'all remember saying to your kids, "My house, my rules"? As long as you live under this roof, you're going to do what I say. You're going to come home when I say. You're going to not do what I tell you you're not allowed to do. You're going to not bring over who I tell you not to bring over here. Haven't all of you said that to your kids before? One of those phrases or another? Or haven't you heard somebody else's mother or father say that to one of your friends? As long as you're under this roof, you're going to do what I say. You're going to follow this house's rules. Well, guess what? This house we're under this giant dome that God himself created, we're all in God's house. And God's the father. God's the breadwinner. God's the dad of the house, the father in the home. And this is God's roof we're under. This giant dome is God's roof. And as long as we're under God's roof, we're going to obey God's rules. And if we don't, we're going to get punished. And that's the same exact scenario that we have with our children in our homes when we're rearing them up. So I'm hoping that you folks will take heed to the fact that we are due for another win, and that you will, knowing that, approach every day with maximum effort that you can give for our cause, for our God, for our people's well-being and betterment in the future with our God and with our own selves, with each other, against the non-whites also. We have so much going on in every direction around us. We have attacks coming in from every direction, from non-whites of every different race, attacking us in all different ways. We have Jews waging lawfare against us. We need to be focused. We need to be confident. We need to assert our position in our country. We need to be tribal. We need to stay in prayer. We need to keep Sabbath. And we need to just do everything we can, as you all know, to bring more and more and more of our people into the awareness of reality. And I wish that I could give you a timeline of how long we have to endure before we are finally successful. And you know, when that day comes and white people finally do become alarmed enough all across our country, all at the same time, it'll probably be, the rising up of white people will probably be only because of that one major event, that one terrible thing that's done to white people that finally makes white people all become alarmed at the same time and rise up and retake our country. And what that will mean is that all of us who've been online all this time, saying all the things we've said, teaching all the things we've taught, showing all the evidence we've shown to all of our white people we possibly could get to pay attention, will have all been for nothing, because the rising up of white people will be triggered just by a terrible thing done to us that becomes the final straw that broke the camel's back. In other words, had none of us ever started a channel at all, not Fleckus, not Eli, not myself, not Joel Davis, or any of the other pro-white advocates, which I realize I said Fleckus, and he's not exactly, they're not super pro-white, but they're getting there. We're working on them. And they will be by the time it's all said and done. And, you know, so I guess I can go ahead and use him as an example. But what I mean is, all of us pro-white channels could have done everything, or we could have all just never done a channel at all. And the same event 5 years from now, 15 years from now, 4 years from now, whenever it is, that sets white people off finally. The day we're all longing for. It may happen with or without any of the effort we've put in. And so we're doing all of this we're doing just in hopes of us helping trigger white people to awaken. But in the end, it may be that white people awaken all their own, all at the same time, just because of an incident. And none of their awakening and rising up all at the same time will come, not even a smidgen of it will come, perhaps, I'm just hypothetically here, perhaps not a single bit of the rising up, the being alarmed suddenly nationwide, and the rising up of white people and the retaking of our country will even come from one word that was ever uttered by any of us pro-white advocates online. Not Jared Taylor, who has been doing this for 40 years. Not any of our Christian identity pastors who've been warning us since the 60s and even before. It could all be just triggered by one random event. So, even though that's perhaps the way it's going to go down when white people do rise up, we do all this we do just in hopes of, in case it has to come from us in order to happen, that we at least are doing our part to set it off. Now, granted, most all the other ones have merchandise to sell you. So there's that. But this channel, at least, has been all about it. All about the truth. Never about being monetized. And, but if all the other channels were that exact same way and didn't sell merch and they weren't monetized, they were basically operating like for just pure truth, like how I do. It still may not be that way in the end. It may still be that it's just some event that happened, and that all of us did everything we ever did for nothing, except for they were really doing it for merch sales, but that none of our efforts triggered the rising up. That'll be a wild irony, and it almost sounds like that's how it'll end up being, just because that would figure, and that would be the perfect crazy scenario, where nothing any of us pro-white people ever said helped cause the rise up. But you know what? I don't really care either way. All I care is that white people do return back to our God's ways and do have a rising up, and that it does happen in my lifetime. That's what I care about. So, hey, Precision Netica chimed in. Hello, God bless you. Real quick, I'll read his. And he said, never forsake the fellowship. Hebrews 10:25. Stay encouraged. Thank you very much for that. God bless you for that one. That's a real nice one there. I like that. I'll say it. I'll read that one more time. Never forsake the fellowship. Yes, and that really is what, I have to keep in mind. So I appreciate that wisdom there. That is what it is. It's not just about me having to have gumption and having to have things to say and having to have things to show. It's really honestly also just about fellowship, just about letting someone else out there in the world on YouTube know that they're not alone, and that the things they've seen and the things they see happening now to our people and to our country are really happening just as they're seeing them happening, and that they're not hallucinating, that they're not in a bad fever dream, that they are in fact awake, and that they are in fact seeing real reality with standard observation just as they should be seeing it. And, you know, it also is to remind all of us that we are the brothers and sisters in Christ. We are the sons and daughters of God, formerly known as Israel. I'll remind you of Christian martyrs. I'll remind you of Justin Martyr's quote. That Christianity is our race, which you once knew as Israel. Christianity are the white people. Christianity is white people. White people used to be called Christians by non-whites who lived in areas that were perhaps their own but conquered by Romans. And so when they would see our Israelite people, they called them Christians. And had the Romans already been, had the Romans already yielded to our God's word, they also were Israelites, so they also would have been called Christians. They had not been uncucked to that point yet, though. At that point yet. And so, and really, you know, Rome fell still being Rome. So it was never Christian in the end. When it fell, it was still, you know, a multi-culti whatever. And they had so many gods in their pantheon, they didn't even know how many they had. So basically, the bottom line, we need to ramp up our gratefulness. We need to ramp up our effort. We need to be diligent in preparing for Sabbath on preparation day, and then celebrating our Sabbath every seventh day. We need to be vigilant about where we patron, where we spend our money. We need to go out of our way to spend our money with white-owned establishments that hire white people. Whether you need lumber or supplies or pool cleaning equipment or an automotive repair place or AC work, landscaping, roofing company. And sometimes you're going to get catfished. Sometimes, I'll give you an example. One of my buddies is mildly based racially, and he called around trying to find a roofing company to re-roof his house that sounded like a white guy on the phone, and you know, he sounded like he had an all-white crew. I don't know how, that's probably a bad way to say that, but after my buddy talked with him, he's like, man, since the guy was white, he just, I figured his crew would be white. But what happened was he hired the guy, and then the white guy didn't even show up. That, either it was a salesperson or maybe it was the owner or whatever, but a crew of Mexicans showed up to work on his roof. And he got very upset because, he basically got catfished by the owner or whoever that was on the phone with him and did the deal. And, you got to pay up front over the phone to have all this, stuff done. So he was super upset. And so it's just, it's up to us, and you're not going to win every single time, every single example, because of situations like I just mentioned with my buddy. You'll think you hired a white guy, you think you're going to get a white crew, and then the white guy kind of, if you will, double crosses you, even though it wasn't like racially agreed upon, but they pull the switcheroo on you, and then you get this crew of blacks or Mexicans or whatever that show up to do the job that you thought you hired a white man and his crew to do. And instead, he's already been diversity hiring, and he's already got a whole crew of whoever, and that's who could, get sent out. But basically, just please stay motivated. That's the word I was looking for. Please stay motivated. Please stay motivated to win this fight. It's it's an uphill battle, and it's a really, really, really long hill. If it was a tunnel, it's so far that it's still just pitch black, and we can't even see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's how far gone our people are at the moment. But we will win, and we will win sooner than later, not just in the end, but even coming up soon. And then 70 weeks, which could represent 70 years, but 70 weeks will come at the end times. And that will be the final moments leading up to Christ's arrival. And in that 70 weeks, it's called Jacob's trouble. That means white people's trouble. That means we are going to be in horrific danger. And by we, I mean the white people who are our posterity 200 years from now. Not you and I. But before that time comes, white people will have been enjoying an all-white world again. And we will make lots of babies, lots of white children. And another thing I wanted to remind you folks is, people have, I'm sure, always kind of fascinated at some point in their life about what eternity is going to be like. And I would proffer to you that eternity, remember, it's going to be in the new earth. We're only going to spend one heavenly day in heaven as like a hotel. But a day with the Lord is equivalent to 1,000 years of earth years. So we're going to go visit God in heaven for one Sabbath day, the first Sabbath day, with his favorite creation and real friends. And after that, we're going to come back to earth. Then he will destroy all the non-whites. Then after that, God's going to make a new earth and a new heavens and a new moon. And he's going to place us in this new earth. And he says that we will build and another shall not inhabit. And so that means that our world is going to be only for us. And there won't be any others around to have to ever worry, about that warning. Just checking some things here. All right. So, anyway, I'm going to cut it short tonight because, it's the middle of the week. There's no need in me going all the way till sun up or something crazy. And we all know what to do. We all know what must be done. And we just need to power on and power through. You are not alone in this world. There are many other white people who, keep Sabbath. All of the 7-day Adventists in the whole world of white people all across the world who are that denomination, they all keep Sabbath. And so there are millions and millions and millions and millions of Sabbath-keeping white people. And now that you are keeping Sabbath, you are yet another. And so we need to be all over that. We need to do what we can for our people, do what we can for our holy God. We got to stay accurate, We have to reject things that are anti-white in any way, shape, or form, whatever it is. If it has, any kind of thing that works against white people, we have to reject it. We have to condemn it. And there are a million other things I could say. There are a million other things I could touch on. Other examples by the thousands. All kinds of different nuances and just so many different things we could get into. So many details. We could spend hours more on just this subject. But since it is the middle of the week, and it is already late, and we have been going for a while, gosh, we're already at, that can't be right. Is it really almost 6 hours we've been going? Surely that's not right. Let me check over here. I'll be darned, it is. So we've already been going for 6 hours. So it's definitely time to shut her down. And so we are going to shut it down, Oy vey style. But God bless you all. I hope all of you have a wonderful rest of your week. Definitely look forward to Sabbath's arrival when prep day comes. Do your prep work that day, whether it's whatever you got to do. If it can't wait till Sunday, do it, but get it done. And then enjoy your Sabbath evening on Friday night. Enjoy your Sabbath the next day. And once it's over, you're back to the grind. Do laundry, wash cars, whatever you got to do. But Sabbath is our key to victory. It is the solution. All these other YouTubers are always talking about how, or all the commenters in the comment section, I should say, there's always one in almost every video. That say, oh shoot, I had it right on the tip of my tongue and it just slipped away. Well, heck, I don't remember what it was. I was about to say it and then it just flew away. Anyway, the bottom line is we have to just stay in it. We have to stay positive, be friendly about it with your loved ones and friends, but do be teaching them as best you can. Help us get them to see Sabbath, 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 Sabbath. That is our, I was going to say, you always see in the comment section on a lot of people's videos, nobody's ever got a solution. Everybody just wants to LARP and complain on the internet. Who's got a solution, though? Well, Sabbath is the solution, and there is no other solution. It's not like there's some other solution or 2 or 3 or 4 other solutions, and any one of them would work out great. We just got to figure one of them out. No, there's only one solution. That one solution is Sabbath. And if we get enough white people to start keeping Sabbath, remember, like I mentioned a little while ago, the Seventh-day Adventist church is millions and millions and millions of our white people keeping Sabbath every week. So we already have a nice population of them in our country who keep Sabbath already as Seventh-day Adventists. So imagine if all of us, our entire movement of pro-white people, plus, others who are not pro-white that we've won over to Christianity, add all those together, and we already have a pretty nice, decent number. So, God bless you all. Have a wonderful rest of your week. And Sabbath is the key. And we need to teach people that more so, I would even say, than teaching white people about our identity and about the Jews and about the non-whites being their bioweapons. It's just tricky because when you try to introduce Sabbath to people, they automatically deduce it in their mind as a Jewish thing, and it's the Jews' day. And then that's why identity is all wrapped up in everything with it. That's why you have to teach identity to people. Because if you don't, then, they won't keep Sabbath. They'll be like, why would I keep Sabbath? I'm not Jewish. That's a Jewish thing, So we need to get our white people understood that Sabbath is for white people, not the Jews. All right. Well, I think I've covered everything in this massive 6-hour rant that I wanted to cover. And of course, there are plenty of other things that, I could have said and that need to be said, and that hopefully I will say on the next stream. But for now, I bid you all farewell, and I hope all of you had a good night's sleep. If you aren't going to tune into this till today in the morning time or later today, I hope that all of you have a great rest of your week leading up to Sabbath, and then I hope all of you have a wonderful Sabbath. And I probably will do a Sabbath stream. It may not be Friday night. It may be when Sabbath is over on Sabbath night, the next night there. So we'll see. But one or the other I should be able to do this weekend. So hopefully I will be able to and will do it. And if I'm not feeling it or I don't have the mojo, I'm going to make myself get up, put the stuff on, do it anyway. You know what I mean? Get the whole armor of God on and just fire up the rig, put all the stuff out, get it all hooked up, and just go for it. And I'm really thankful I did tonight. I wish I did have time to read y'all's comments, but I've already been going so long now that I just I'm gonna skip them for tonight, but we will do them the next night or the next time. And so I'll just close with God bless you all, and God bless America, and God bless all white countries, and God bless all white people, if it pleases you, Holy Lord. In Jesus Christ's perfect names, we're grateful. Amen. And we will talk to you again.